Huh?
Okay.
Yeah. Very occasionally, my computer makes a sound that tells me that there should be an alert somewhere, and I don't know where it's coming from because there's nothing that pops up.
Ain't none of your business.
Yep.
Can't bother you if you just ignore it.
If I don't see it, it's not real.
That's
If I just hear something, then I can always try to gaslight myself into thinking it's schizophrenia or something. You know, something like
I think
cool.
you're like a little past the age where schizophrenia becomes apparent.
Well, you never know.
late bloomer when it comes to that.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I could have like a really zesty midlife crisis.
Just don't look at any yellow wallpaper.
Right?
Actually, look at the yellow wallpaper.
No, please don't.
Well, a lot of my dorm rooms in college were painted with like this kind of beige tone. And it did feel like a little bit like I was in a prison, and also like I could lose my mind at any moment and start walking around my room with my shoulder pressed to the wall in circles. So
what you're saying is that Doug has always been with you.
yeah.
Okay.
That's cool. Sign. That was also the color of several places that I visited in my youth. So.
Why do you make it sound like you were visiting?
It sounds so ominous.
Someplace derelict.
Because I didn't know how to make it not awkward. So my first response was to like avoid saying hospital. But yeah. Now you know. I'm gonna eat my bacon.
Love you, Maya.
Best way to end it. Just eat bacon.
A full day of watching people that I shouldn't have and knowing things that I didn't need to know about this individual, and I'm mentally gone.
All right. I think we're about ready to start. Seems like it. Seems good. Yeah. Let's get going. Hello, hello. Welcome back, everyone.
I
Howdy.
Last episode, we got to experience a little of what Hogwarts has to offer. We all got acclimated to our fellow classmates, or at least got to meet them. Some being a little bit more eccentric than others. And then afterward, we started classes. And tried not to get turned around by all of the random happenings at the school. Today, however, is the start of a new day. The bell has rung in the early morning hours of your next day of classes. Above you, overhead, in the great hall, all laid out for breakfast, you see the enchanted ceilings shining with beautiful little prismatic colors of rainbows and sunlight peeking out through bright white clouds to reflect the mood of the exterior, which still has some of um, the last remnants of summer in the air. Perhaps you are making plans later with other people beside you to head out for the day after classes and soak some of that in before the chill of winter catches up to all of you in the Highlands of Scotland. But for now, breakfast, as we await the next bell to head to classes for the day. And we will see what our intrepid heroes are up to. Let's roll a d4. Maxwell, at the Gryffindor table, or perhaps wherever you'd like to be, what are you currently doing? What are you eating for breakfast?
Maxwell has served himself up a nice plate of fruit, bacon, toast, and some orange juice to go along with it. And I'd say he's sitting near Nate to try to talk to him to figure, because Nate lied to him last time. He wants to know why.
Fight.
You are seated next to Nate. Nate is currently eating just there's just like four pancakes piled on his plate. There is no syrup. But he does butter them. And he seems to be kind of cautiously looking at you out the corner of his eye as you sit down near him. And he is just slowly trying to avoid eye contact.
If you think I'm going to steal the food off your plate, then you're wrong.
Oh, me? No, me? No, I'm not. I just food is good, so just you want to look out for it. He like grimaces at himself and like turns away.
Well, Nate, I did want to ask you some questions, if you wouldn't mind answering.
He like squeezes his eyes shut, like bracing himself, and then turns. Of course, Maxwell. How can I help you?
I wanted to know why in our first conversation you decided it was a good idea to tell not only a lie, but one so obviously found out.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't worry. I'll tell you how I knew you were lying. First of all, you told me your last name was Matthias. When your name was announced for the sorting, it was Matthews. When we did roll call in class the next day, the teachers called you as Matthews. And most importantly, on our uniforms, we have name tags with our names on them, and yours says Matthews.
Uh-huh. Yeah. It's more of like a You see, it's more of like a preference. My mother's maiden name is Matthias, so I go with her maiden name because I don't have respect for my father.
Okay, now you're just doing it again. You're very bad at this. If you're going to lie, come up with something believable. Instead, you're just floundering about trying to find something that might work when it's going to crumble so quickly.
Maybe that's just what I want you to think.
You know, I'm not certain you know what you want to think right now.
And that's what I want people to think.
Well, you're doing a great job of it.
Rupert, do you know why Nate might be acting this way? He's clearly lying. He has the name on his clothes. It's right there.
Maybe it has something to do with like people being asked a lot of questions when they first come in. It can be really overwhelming, I think. That's just my 2 cents.
I didn't ask him that many questions, though. I asked him what his name was when we had the first meal here, and he lied.
Anxiety? I know I deal with it quite a bit.
Does your anxiety cause you to lie about your name, your last name, and continue to lie about it?
Well, no. Thanks about it.
I wasn't lying. Nate pipes up. My mom. It's my mother's maiden name. I swear.
So your father was Mr. Matthews, and your mother's Miss Matthias?
Yes.
An astronomical coincidence.
They were school sweethearts, and the seating chart always placed them next to each other, so they got to know each other really well, and then got married.
Christ, if he's going through this much trouble to lie, then you should just let him off. Just spare us.
Spare him.
I merely wish to know why he felt that in our first conversation he had to lie to me. Seems like it's rude, does it not?
Seems like it's because you're a skater. I would lie too if I was from a more distinct family.
And just because of my last name, that's a reason to treat me differently?
It's a reason to be cautious around you.
Didn't say that.
Maxwell, you hear Julia pipe up.
Rah! When did you get there?
I was here the whole time.
Julia has been, the camera would have seen Julia has been sitting right beside Maxwell the entire time. Maxwell, you actually sat down next to her, in between her and Nate.
And Julia just like, when you sat down, Julia was like, oh no, wait. Like, is there enough space? Like, try to basically shrink down as much as possible.
And just imagine the start of this scene, like Max is talking and stuff, and Nate's in the scene, but then like on the bottom right hand corner of like the camera, it's Julia, her head barely peeking up over the table as she slowly takes things and puts them on her plate.
just like it just very quietly just but yeah, she says no, I mean, you know, a lot of people are nervous around the press, so makes sense they'd be nervous around you.
Nate, Maxwell's not the press. I mean, You have to be an adult to get a job at one of those places, right?
Well, to write in the Prophet, you would. They probably want someone with a bit more of a higher education than not even first year at Hogwarts.
We're not all our parents. Like, Maxwell, you're probably not even a writer.
I mean, I do write things down. Wouldn't say I'm a writer, though.
Yeah, but you're not like an investigator, right?
I mean, if people tell me things even without saying them, then who am I to say I'm not?
But you're not.
You're not making a case for yourself.
I'm wondering why Nate decides to lie, and also lie so poorly.
Okay, well, it's probably because your mother writes for tabloids and she has hurt many people via words, from what I've understood. And he probably thinks that you're going to inform her of whatever he tells you. And she might start a Hogwarts gossip column or something.
You really think my mother would waste her time talking about the goings on of a group of first years at Hogwarts when there's things happening out there in the world right now?
Yeah.
Nothing to worry about. That's all.
I think you should find a reason and why he is a bit hesitant rather than just saying you don't understand. You should try to understand it.
I just think I think he's just casting more suspicion upon himself by lying and continuing to lie and lying so poorly.
And I think you're casting suspicion on yourself for continuing to pursue it when you know he's lying.
So you're fine with him continuing to lie to me, all because
Well, you already know that he's lying. It's not like it's doing any damage.
I mean,
no.
As far as lies go, that's pretty white.
or Gryffindors. Aren't we all lying? Okay, I'm gonna go now.
No,
I thought that was really good,
I was
Julia.
about to laugh.
That was a really good joke.
I was so surprised. Julia, come back. It's probably gone.
Oh god.
Whoa. You went super robot-y, Annie. Try talking just one more time.
Oh yeah, just Julia
There you
being
go.
Julia just being like, oh yeah, just leave my food out in the hallway. Don't mind me.
Julia, no. Here, take the seat next to me.
Ah,
She'll like pat the bench next to her.
since I'm not wanted to be sat there, Rupert gets up.
Lorelai, of course, having two sides and can sit next to both
Right,
people at once.
No, this is a thing, right? From last episode.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Rupert,
Rupert's leaving.
to you, it doesn't really, like, Lorelai, to you, it doesn't make sense why Rupert is like this because you have two sides and you can sit next to both of them. Rupert, to you, it's like, oh, she asked her to
showing
sit down
her.
next to her.
Mhm. But
All
I've been over here 3 seats away.
right. From there, we're gonna, I think, move on to the next person. It's pretty easy. There's like mostly Gryffindors here. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Lorelai, what have you been doing at this table? What have you been eating?
She has a pretty balanced breakfast, you know, some brown sugar oatmeal, a little fruit cup on the side,
Mhm.
a little glass of pumpkin juice, but also a glass of water to balance it out.
Mhm, mhm.
Mhm.
You're cutting. you have to cut it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty balanced breakfast. She probably made breakfast for Rupert too and like put it to the side, and then he sat away from her and she was like, okay, fuck you.
All right. And what have you been doing?
I think she's been probably talking with Sadie a little. She's kind of latched onto Sadie by asking her what the professors are like before each class. And if Sadie has any tips for getting on their good side. And if she's managed to like glean that Sadie is decent with charm, she's probably asked for some of her notes on it. Have we?
I don't think we've had it yet.
No, we
Word.
haven't.
Then she'll probably ask Sadie for any like tips or notes that she might have on magic going into this.
Okay. And you see Sadie kind of near you. She has like her, like I guess across from her, she has her little schedule out, and she's looking down at it. Our next class this morning is Defense Against the Dark Arts. Oh, that's Professor Rojas.
You don't sound too excited.
Oh, I am. Professor Rojas is kind of she's one of the newer teachers. She's actually from Brazil.
That's pretty far. How'd she get over here?
From what I know from seeing her office, it's she's fairly well traveled. I think she may have had something like some sort of profession earlier. And then when there was an opening for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, she jumped on it. And I mean, she must be qualified because they were really quick to hire.
Have you met her?
I have a couple of times. I think that she's really nice. Not sure how good I'll be at the class, but
Right, I'm hoping I'm not too terrible at anything. At least not in first year. I think I could cope with it if I'm bad at it later in the years. But if it's just bad at it off the rip, ugh.
yeah, I also got a little nervous. I don't want to let anyone down. Especially since most of them know me and I still live here. I can't really get away from them. But I saw you do pretty well in Transfigurations class.
It was alright. Mostly about exerting your will over it and visualizing, I guess. Came pretty easy for me. But also, my mom always says I'm a big daydreamer.
My dad sometimes tells me to get my head out of the clouds, too.
Which are you most excited for?
Oh, charms. Professor Flitwick has been, like, really nice to me ever since I started living here. And I've sat in on some of his classes, and I think his are the most fun. So I've sort of been really excited just to get to see, how to do it. Try my hand at it.
I'll make sure to sit by you then. You can walk me through it.
Absolutely. I don't think we have assigned seats in there, so I'd love to have someone to, sit by and not get sat next to someone, who would be less than kind.
Yeah, some of the Slytherins are kind of rough around the edges, but I think they're pretty nice once you get to know them. At least Gemma was.
She was?
Well, it took a bit. I had to sit next to her and work with her in art. But once we got into the groove of things, she kind of fell into it.
I guess that makes sense. I got sat next to Taylor for one of the classes, and I tried saying hi and she just looked at me.
Can I be honest?
Yeah,
I think there might be something wrong with that Taylor girl. Something not quite right in the head. Like, I don't think she's all there.
I don't know about that, but it is really weird. I know she heard me because she looked at me, but she didn't say anything and just looked away.
Maybe she just isn't fluent.
You mean in English?
Right, well, there's some places in Ireland that still speak Irish. Not, like, completely, but I guess there could be some Western communities that do, considering how old-fashioned they are.
Oh, I never really thought of that. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Huh. Well, I suppose I should try to see what language she speaks and then, shouldn't I? I should at least learn how to say hello.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea. Do you know where she's from?
No, unfortunately.
Right. I can try to ask Gemma, see if she knows.
I think that sounds good. You could tell me and get back to me so I don't completely look like a fool. I don't want to go up to someone and ask, "Where are you?" or "Where are you from?"
Yeah, I don't think that goes down very well.
No, it doesn't. Kind of makes you seem insensitive.
A bit, yeah.
Taylor.
Lorelai thinks Taylor should be sent to get a lobotomy. I don't know.
I think Taylor
Projecting.
is more likely to have
Yeah.
Taylor or for Taylor to have already had a lobotomy.
Yeah. She's like, damn, what asylum did you come from?
Girl, who was
I'm
your
good with-
surgeon?
I'm good with that scene ending there. I just wanted to like
Okay.
establish a little friendship with Sadie.
Yeah, that's very cute. It seems like you two get along fairly well. Sadie seems incredibly even-tempered compared to the other people at your table. She's sweet and fairly intelligent.
Wonderful. Finally. Someone other than these fucking idiots.
All right. Ba-doop. Julia.
Hi.
Hi, Julia. How are you? What have you been eating? What are you doing currently at the Gryffindor table?
Yeah, I think Julia has like a little bit of oatmeal that has like blueberries in it, and water. Um, Even though it's like this magical dining hall and everything, she still very much is like, I don't want to be selfish. I'll just take this. This is good. This is fine. Um, and one thing I kind of imagine, I was just thinking about this. So I think
Mhm.
one thing that's going on while Julia's eating her breakfast is occasionally she's like looking at the other tables, like at Tamsin and Juno, and over at the Hufflepuff table at Delilah. Um, but ultimately, while she makes these glances, she ultimately is like kind of keeping her head down because she's just like, "Oh man, I would go say good morning to them if only it were allowed for us to go to the other tables."
Mhm.
Like it's she has one of those kid misconceptions of just like, well, these were the seats that we were given, which means this is where we're supposed to sit, and those are the rules.
Mhm. Yeah. As you're kind of glancing over at people at other tables, um, one, give me a perception check, and two, um, as you're kind of glancing around, you see Tamsin at her table, Juno at hers. Um, that's that one. Cool. Yeah.
That's another one.
This, by the way, this is just me. Like, this is whether or not you actually notice that there are like other people at different tables from different houses. You don't. You've gone completely colorblind to this. Like, you're just so caught in your assumption that, like, yes, the blue table sits with the blue people, the green table are the green people, the red table, the red table. That's it. It's safe. It's easy. It's organized.
Yeah.
But as you're kind of glancing over at everyone, you take a look at Tamsin, Juno, and then you look at Delilah. And as you glance over at her, she actually had like just lifted her eyes up, and she catches your eye and like kind of waves over at you.
I think Julia kind of like startles because she was like, "Oh no, wait, I wasn't supposed to." Like, she caught me looking, like, and kind of like goes red in the face and like kind of raises her hand to wave back before just being like, "Okay, you know what's interesting? Oatmeal. I'm gonna focus on that."
Who are you looking at? From your other side, leaning kind of over you to like peer over at what you're looking at, is Sally.
Oh, nothing. I was just getting a lay of the land. You know, it's a big dining hall.
Uh-huh. Is that why you were waving? Who are you waving at?
I Julia just very quickly is like thinking up a lie, no, waving. I was trying to see if my breakfast was still hot by putting my hand over it.
Obviously a lie, but go ahead and roll me a deception check with disadvantage.
Heck yes, I love rolling at disadvantage. It's always so much fun.
Especially if it's harmless.
Yeah. Wait, where? Oh, deception at disadvantage. I kept
Yes.
like, for some reason, my brain short circuited for a second. I was like, where the heck is the disadvantage skill? 7.
Uh-huh. Um Sally like nods sagely. Okay. Okay. I see how it is. But just so you know, you're going to have to work on that. You know it's against the rules to wave at other tables.
It is.
Yeah. Gryffindors are only supposed to talk at Gryffindors at the Gryffindor table.
I, um,
You're really lucky that you had me here to block the way, because if the teachers saw you, you'd get a demerit.
Julia is like wide eyed right now. Like, thanks. I guess I don't want to
You're
get us in
welcome.
trouble.
Oh, don't worry. It wouldn't be me getting in trouble. But I'm willing to take the fall for any of my friends.
Oh, well, I'm glad we're friends then. I'll help out where I can too.
So am I, Jules. So am I. Stick with me and you'll be the best Gryffindor to have ever existed. She like pats your back. She's got kind of a strong arm. It doesn't hurt, but it is definitely something where like you get a pat on the back of your shoulder and like your shoulder kind of juts forward.
And Julia's just like Sally's just like, yeah, um, like after calling her Jules, she's just like, "Oh, it's Julia, but thanks."
You're welcome, Jules.
Yeah, okay.
And I think she does actually laugh at herself, like in character.
Yeah,
There's no one.
Julia's just like, oh, sorry, what? Good.
There's no one who finds Sally more fun or more funny than Sally.
uh, I honestly I can relate to that as also being the funniest in most rooms I go to. Um, but yeah, I imagine Julia very much is just like in her head, like, oh no, okay, I like now, now I've got all these other rules I gotta keep in mind. I'll make sure not to um get us in trouble.
Roll me a charisma save.
Ooh. Charisma save. Oh hey, I'm actually kind of good with charisma. 21.
Okay. You keep in mind Sally's words and this new rule that you're expected to kind of exist under, and you don't look up from the Gryffindor table. You try as hard as you can to avoid even glancing at other tables. Like the Ravenclaw table, you don't even really see it. You just get complete tunnel vision. All that you can see is red. And you do really well for yourself. You hear like Sam next to Sally kind of smack her sister on the shoulder. Stop it. I'm not doing anything wrong. Shush. Julia.
Oh, yeah.
Don't listen to her. She's a genius, and I'm trying to help a friend. Right. Also, it looks like your oatmeal's getting cold. Sam says.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. And oh, so it's just a joke then, right?
Yeah, no. In fact, I've never joked once in my life. I tried to joke at birth, and the gods came down and told me that I can never tell a lie again. And that's what makes me a really helpful person, Sally says.
Julia's just like, that can happen.
You hear like from across the table, from just like this groan. Oh my god. Are we doing this early? Logan says.
Uh.
Shush, Logan. This is just a lot early in the morning. Maybe you could have just saved it for any other time but now. Well, maybe if you didn't wake up late, you would be a little bit more receptive to my divine birth. It would have been a divine birth if you had somehow not existed. You're not funny. Anyway.
I think Julia will say like, no, you three are triplets, right?
Well, I like to say that we are one soul that got split into 3 parts. Like the aspects of the Holy Trinity.
Oh my god.
I don't even know what to say to that. Logan just kind of sits back from his food. Honestly, I think I'm done. I don't want to be here. He gets up and he walks away from the table.
Julia, like, well, this is something I talked about in the chat. I think just Julia will flat out like say is just like it's like, how does a good twin, evil twin situation work with triplets?
Oh, we don't have a good twin or an evil. We do. We do. And it's Logan. He's the boy. You know, they all have to come out different, and he came out the wrong way.
Aye, that makes sense.
See?
That's
He
how
came
it
out
happened
feet
with us
first.
too.
Julia, I feel like Julia takes these words to heart and very, like very subtly, just and will like have her a little notebook where she writes down, like like she had a page on it that said Rupert Lorelai question mark and then circles Rupert.
See? You understand, Lorelai.
If I had to deal with another Rupert, I think I'd just run away.
Right?
Trying really hard not to say kill myself.
And yet you
It's
still
a
did
meme.
it.
I did.
It's a meme I've seen on TikTok where people are just like, they'll have a minor inconvenience and they're just like, I am not going to file my taxes this year.
Yeah, I'm like, I can't give Lorelai suicidal jokes yet.
No.
I can't. She's 12.
No.
She's 12.
Sam, go ahead.
I think that's worthy of an inspiration, personally.
Thank-
Brooks tried.
Yeah.
I would give you an inspiration. Also,
I already have
hey,
one.
yeah, but yeah, you already have one. Hey, Rupert,
Yeah,
do
sorry.
you wanna
Yeah,
unmark
yeah,
your
yeah,
inspiration?
yeah.
Mhm. Yell at everyone else.
Sorry, you're in the middle of your
Uh-huh.
thing, and
Anyway, I think Sam kind of like leans over. It is true that Logan actually tried to run away like a year ago. But Mom said that he couldn't leave the front part of the estate, so he just sort of walked around it in circles. It was really funny. I sat on the porch and watched him go around and around for like 2 hours. I think he started to work up a sweat by like the third lap. It was so funny.
Julia,
wolves
I
at the
think.
zoo.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just said it's like wolves at the zoo.
He couldn't
Julia-
leave the boundary.
Julia will ask, you live on an estate?
Oh yeah, it's actually more of a castle. I live at the top of this huge tower, so much bigger than Gryffindor Tower. And I have like 3 whole floors of room all to myself.
Man,
Sally says.
I'm definitely finding that part of the fun of playing Julia is just being like, ah, yes, people can just lie to her and say things.
Mm-hmm. And
Oh.
part of the fun with Sally is that she just says anything.
Yeah, Julia will kind of go like, wow, that sounds nice.
Yeah, you should totally come over. We have more than enough room.
Oh, I wouldn't want to be a bother.
No, don't worry about it. We'll even set you up in the 4th tower. You see, we had a 4th tower because Logan absorbed one of our other siblings. Like he ate him in the womb. We were gonna be quadruplets until he came along. And that's why he's evil.
Julia just being like, that's interesting. as she has like a shaky hand with her oatmeal. Logan Shark the quadruplet.
And this is why you gotta stick by me, Jules. I'll keep you safe. I'll make sure Logan doesn't eat you too.
Julia's just like, it's Julia, but yeah, thanks.
And I think that's a really good place to move on to our next person.
Woo.
Oh, gotta roll that again. I like keep rolling like out of sight from where I can actually see this freaking D4. Rupert. Okay, cleaning up the Gryffindors.
Oh, you can just. I want to get to classes. You can skip me. Preserve
sure?
time. Yep. I'm really enjoying the scenes that are going on. I've been, yeah, and I inserted myself into Maxwell's scene a little bit, helping him out. So,
all right, as long as you're sure.
I'm good. Love you, Ian.
Always a pleasure.
Juno. You are currently. Where are you, actually? I should ask. Are you at the Slytherin table?
Here's the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I had planned to go to the Gryffindor table.
No.
Right.
And
should have spoke up.
Then the scene with Julia happened. And I've been like, I don't know if this will ruin your immersion here. But
no, it's totally fine. You can absolutely go to the Gryffindor table if you want.
Yeah. Especially, like, think about it like this. Julia, like, if you show up at the Gryffindor table, Julia is going to very much be like, oh no, I need to, my friend, I need to protect her. Before she gets caught.
Yeah, no, she's going to the Gryffindor table and she's got like a cup, like a tumbler with her, so.
All right. Juno, you had sat at the Slytherin table, absorbing a little bit of the gossip, and then you realized this isn't really anything I want to listen to right now. Grabbed your little Starbucks tumbler, and walked yourself around the Hufflepuff table, around the Ravenclaw table, probably glancing at your cousin, and making your way towards the Gryffindors.
She like kind of walks up. I think she stands there for a minute just because they're loud as fuck.
Oh yeah.
I
hear them before you see them.
She stands there for a minute, just kind of like sipping from her cup, eyes kind of going back and forth and catching conversations. Before she'll just kind of slide in and just sit there like she's just always been here.
Mm-hmm.
So
you slide in, actually probably next to yeah, you slide in next to Lorelai and just kind of sit yourself down.
Oh,
it takes.
Hi, Juno. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Actually, that works.
Come here for something, or just company. That's other, not snaky.
More like coming to avoid Gemma once again saying something slightly questionable. Also, Arnesia won't stop talking about Quidditch tryouts, so.
Gemma's gotten that bad already.
It's bad, but I suppose it's manageable.
I think that it's something she needs to work on. But it's not I think she has potential beyond it. She was nice to me in art class, at least after we got through with introductions.
I will say she's not so bad once we're back in the common room.
She just kind of shows out to show out.
Exactly. So I figured I'd come see what the lions are doing.
Well, we were trying to figure out which of the triplets is the evil twin. We've
Logan.
discovered that it is Logan. Yes,
No.
exactly.
Great comedic timing, Maya.
And then Skeeter got upset with Nathaniel over there because he was lying about his last name. He kept saying it was Matthias. I don't know what he was trying to do with that. I don't think his last name's much of anything to go off of, but who am I to judge, crack on.
Wizards are weird. Last names are important to them, I guess. I don't know. It's stupid. First names, yeah, I get those. There's power in a first name. The last name is so... They change. They're different, Everyone's can change in a moment's notice.
They're impersonal.
Exactly. I mean, if I had any say, he knows his first name, so why is he complaining about the second name?
It's a great question.
I can hear you over here, you know.
Right, so what's your answer?
I'm not concerned about his last name. I'm concerned why he continues to lie about it.
I mean, I could probably give you the honest truth if you want.
I'm all ears.
2 galleons.
No.
Alright, you drive a hard bargain. 1 galleon.
I'm not paying you for something like that. I don't even know if this information is reliable.
Didn't your mother teach you that information pays?
Yes. But I'm curious as to why you think you're deserving of money when I have been trying to get the answer out of Nate all morning.
Because you haven't yet.
Exactly.
Pay to win.
I'm
Perhaps
not
I
giving you
have.
the galleon.
Then I guess you don't want to know that badly.
It's a shame when people give up on their dreams. Downright shame.
You think I need your help to figure out why he's lying?
Well, not necessarily, but I do think that, assuming you haven't said it outright to me, if your mother is who you're saying she is, then she must have taught you that you're only as good as your sources.
My mother is who I say she is. She's Rita Skeeter.
There you go. She's a reporter, isn't she?
Reporter, writer, journalist. She says sometimes they all mean the same thing, but
Author.
she gets paid to write.
Of course. I've read a few
It's
of her
Scandal
books.
Chaser.
She follows the stories because there's something there.
Scandal Chaser, that's what I said.
Yes.
I've read a few of her books.
Ah, which one was your favorite?
I liked the one about, what's his name? The former headmaster?
Would that be Armando Dippet or Albus Dumbledore?
Dumbledore.
Ah, that one was such an incredible feat of work. She wrote that in a month, over 900 pages.
It's really astounding that someone could write so very much in such a short amount of time.
There's one thing my mother can do well, and she does many things well, but the best she does is write like there is no tomorrow.
Like I said, I'd love to help you get the information you're looking for.
No, it's simple. I have the answer. Nate is just a compulsive liar who does not wish to tell the truth. Right, Nate?
You look over, and I did roll for this. he got a nat 20. He is no longer there. He snuck away from you.
See?
No.
He has left, thus not confessing. He's clearly guilty of being a compulsive liar.
Did you stretch before you
Or-
reached that conclusion?
He clearly does not wish to have the attention brought to the fact that he simply cannot tell the truth.
Or you're chasing dead ends.
I don't know. Is it a deadhead if he's leaving? That just seems like the road got a little longer.
Did it?
Also, he left his bag here. He really wanted to get out in a hurry.
Oh, we should go through it.
Or we can go return it to him. We're in the same class.
Where's your sense of adventure?
It is not in throwing people's bags off things.
It's
Well, like,
only a crime
Ladies and
if we
gentlemen, you
take.
deserve it.
It's only a crime if we take what we find.
Which we will be taking it and then throwing it.
No, I just want to see what's inside of it.
Fine.
Thank you.
Are you guys going through his bag?
Yep.
Okay. Roll me an investigation check. You may use the help action. So if anyone wants to roll an investigation check.
What's your mod for it?
I don't have proficiency. I only have a +4.
Okay. I can roll for. Wait, do I have? No, I don't. I also have a +4, so go ahead. You get the advantage.
Okay.
I think Rory's helping is really just looking over your shoulder nervously and looking up.
17.
You take the bag from Maxwell and you flip it open. It's kind of like a side satchel. It's got two little clips that kind of affix it. And you flip that cover open and you start going through it. Most of it is just standard fare. This is the beginning of the school year, so the bag is actually pristine, like it's new. So not a lot in it, no like dinks, no real big tears or anything. No places where things are potentially hidden. You actually open up like one of those inside pouches, and it doesn't look like he has anything in there yet. He's just not making good use of his own space. He's got a couple of textbooks in there, a few notebooks. You take one of them, flip it open. It's a clean notebook, mostly just small little notes about homework and spell work. Not huge. And as you're perusing it, you do find at the bottom of the bag, he actually left his wand. So yeah, he must have been in a big hurry.
Do I find any? Because you know how people sometimes you leave like a single like strand of your hair in your own stuff.
High or low?
Always go high.
That's a 3. That is
Damn.
high. No, it's high.
Oh, thank God.
Because 1 and 2
Oh,
is
thank
low.
God.
3 and 4
Oh, it's a
high.
D4.
Mhm. Yes, you do find like a small strand of brown hair in the bag, like kind of on like one of the pinched in between one of the pages of a notebook.
She like, cause she's got tweezers. She
Okay.
like pulls out some like her tweezers and like plucks it,
Uh-huh.
and then she just hands the bag to Lorelai. Here you go.
I'm going to return this to him. She's gonna
Good job.
grab the bag and start going off to class.
She's Juno's just like, I got what I came for. And she's gonna like put it in like a little thing. She labels it.
Yeah, Maxwell, you were able to see that. She's not really, unless Maya, you're saying that you're hiding it.
Nope.
No? Okay. Juno's doing this in plain sight of you, Maxwell, as you were watching all of this. She had plucked a small strand of what looks like hair from the bag and kind of like gently put it into a tiny like crystal vial. Probably something one of your school supplies. And then corked it and then slid it into her pocket.
Quite the collection you seem to have.
It's getting there.
Any particular purpose for it?
Insurance.
In case of what?
The sky falling, disaster, fire.
Ah, yes, all things you need someone's hair just in case.
Well, I would have asked you, but you wouldn't even given me a galleon.
You would have asked me for hair, but why?
Why does anyone need anything? I told you, insurance.
I fail to see how you need hair for insurance.
Maxwell,
Well-
roll me an insight check, if you permit, Maya.
No, go for it.
Roll
All
me an
right.
insight check.
26.
Okay. Maya, based on this number, give Maxwell, Juno, based on this number, give Maxwell kind of the overview of Juno's general mannerism when she says insurance. You don't have to really say implied meaning or anything. If you want to go into that, you absolutely can. But just go into, like, keeping in mind that role, what he could glean from what you say.
The best way to say this is you gleam entirely too much and entirely too little at the same time. So first of all, she looks way too relaxed for what she's saying. Entirely too relaxed. She seems very calm. What you do gather though, especially from how she put it in her book, is that this probably isn't the first time she's done something like this, because she was way too meticulous with how she put it away. It was almost like she did it with experience. You also gather from how she says insurance, that she is very sure that whatever she is going to use this for is going to work out.
Quietly to himself, Maxwell just says, practiced, confident, nonchalant about it. Seems an odd habit, but who am I to judge?
Well, I would tell you all about it, but you're not exactly forthcoming yourself.
All because I'm not willing to fork over my money?
Money pays.
You have to give me
Everything's got a price.
you have to give me some proof that your information is reliable before I start giving you money for it, though.
And how do I know that if I give you proof, you will just skip me on my money?
That's the risk you have to take. You have to prove you're reliable before you start getting paid for it.
Tell you what, just watch what I do with this, and that'll be the proof you need.
I eagerly await the results.
Wonderful. But just so you know, the price has now gone up.
You're upcharging before you even prove yourself reliable. Bold, I'll give you that.
When you're confident in your abilities, you can move in mysterious ways.
Well said.
And just at the end of that little interaction, Julia, you look over and you see, just at the end here, you see Juno at your table. Bright
Julia.
green. Its contrast is shining among the sea of red.
Julia like immediately takes off her Gryffindor robes and is like almost like she would like jumps, but she's trying to be like subtle, like trying to not get teacher's attention. Like Juno, you can't be here. That's breaking the rules. Quick, put on my robes before they notice.
GG.
Juno, your head snaps over to Julia, who is being so loud despite whispering.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe if you put on my robes, they'll think you're a Gryffindor until you can sneak back over to Slytherin.
GG, is there a particular reason that I'm not supposed to be here?
The tables. They have the Gryffindor table and the Slytherin table. So
yes, but
the rules.
They're all made of wood, aren't they? Table's a table.
Yeah. I mean, but why would we have to sit at certain tables if teachers didn't want us?
Can I insight this?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and insight that.
What the fuck is happening?
8. You cannot really understand what she's going on about. There is like a general like gist of like what you can hear from what she's saying, which is like that it's against the rules to sit at the tables, but you can't figure out what was told to Julia because she just keeps like kind of stuttering over herself, trying to explain this to you.
Gigi, I'm getting really confused now. What's the issue with sitting at the tables?
I mean, like, I think I was told that it's that you get demerited in trouble if you don't sit at your assigned table.
Well, no. I mean, you're supposed to sit there at least for the beginning of the day, like for breakfast, and then once McGonagall's done her announcements or whatever, you can go sit wherever you want.
Like, and Julia kind of like, you see her hands holding her robe, like kind of go down slightly, like, you can.
Here, why don't you come sit next to me?
Yeah. Okay. And she kind of like awkwardly puts her robes back on. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that you thought to protect me, but it's all right. You can sit where you need to or whatever you want to. Who told you otherwise?
here, wait. Can I? I feel like. Can I roll insight to see if Juno would be the type to be mad at Sally if she mentioned Sally? Like, because Julia, I feel like the last thing that she would be is like a snitch to someone that like and get
Mhm.
someone else in trouble. So is that? But yeah, is that all right if I roll for that?
That's up to you, Juno.
Oh, go for it. Probably a smart idea.
14.
All right, Juno, based on a 14. What's the answer?
I think. Well, I guess that's a question that might pass the question back to you, Annie. Is like, do you think they're like good friends, or just they're friends?
I think like Julia definitely like feels close to Juno, having that conversation in the apothecary, like spending the time in Hogs in Diagon Alley and on the train together. Like Julia definitely feels like, oh wow, Juno's so cool and my friend.
Mm.
But also she's like, oh, but wait, would it be a bad idea to rat someone else out?
Hmm. I think in that case with the 14, you suspect that Juno might be unhappy, but you don't think that she's going to like do anything. I mean, we haven't really learned any spells. What could Juno be able to do anyway?
That is true. So with that in mind, Julia then would be like, oh, uh, Sally was just trying to help me out by telling me some of the rules for the school. So
Got
maybe
it.
she got confused.
Right. I'm sure she just got confused and she didn't mean to, steer you in the wrong direction.
Yeah,
She's your friend.
yeah, we're definitely both Gryffindors.
Right. Well, I have some stuff I've got to go do. I will see you later. All right?
Yeah. In a while, crocodile. I would think of something with snake, but nothing really works with
I'll
snake.
take it.
All
And
right.
she's going to get up and walk away. As she's walking, dead stare Sally.
Mm-hmm.
Sally's going to die. She's not making it.
All right. Moving on. That leaves our last little player, Mara. Are you there?
Yo.
Hello. Hello. Whoa. So what is Tamsin doing? Where is she? What is she eating currently? What's she doing?
If you could just kindly remind me the time of day.
It is morning. You're at breakfast.
Lovely. She's definitely at the Ravenclaw table. I'm feeling like it's a waffle day.
It's a waffle day.
It's definitely a waffle day.
Mm-hmm. You're sitting there. You're at the Ravenclaw table. You have like just a plate full of waffles, and there is some ambient conversation, mostly from Saoirse and Brett, who seems to have struck up like kind of an easygoing conversation. Reese also occasionally pipes up, gives his 2 cents, and then quiets back down and continues eating. for the most part, you hear them talk about their upcoming classes, which you would know is Defense Against the Dark Arts first thing. I don't even really know what Defense Against the Dark Arts is supposed to teach us, Brett says. I'm trying to figure out what spells we're supposed to be learning. Oh, we'll mainly be learning about, I think, um, like how to fight dragons and stuff, I think. You can't fight dragons, Reese says. Oh, sure you can. People do it all the time. I mean, yeah, dragon tamers. Yeah. And how do you think dragon tamers get taught? It's sort of a special thing. Brett actually pipes up. You have to get certified to be a dragon tamer, and you also have to make your last will pretty early. Oh, well, that just got really morbid.
I'll look over at that. How do you know that? That's really dark.
Oh, my mother, she works in Romania with dragons. I don't get to see her a lot of the time, but yeah, she says it's really dangerous. Oh, I feel even worse now, Saoirse says.
Tamsin, like I feel like she leans over closer towards Brett. Is she a dragon tamer, or does she? What work does one do with dragon tamers?
Uh, well, it's mostly a sanctuary. Obviously, they're too big to keep really anywhere, so they have to hide them in really specific places, but they also have to keep them safe from, you know, muggles who would want to see a dragon. It can also be really dangerous to keep them there. For the most part, it's a kind of captivity, but one that, has to happen. It's for their own good. Some of the dragons though that they get are injured or wouldn't be able to survive on their own in the wild anyway. There's a variety of different positions that dragon tamers can take. Some of them are there for research, some of them are there because they couldn't really make it as a hit witch or hit wizard.
She kind of pauses and like looks over. So, being a dragon tamer, is their backup plan?
Well, for some of them, yeah. I mean, it's good money, and it have to be. But yeah, if you're not able to really handle, you know, finding or fighting other wizards, then Dragon Tamer's a good backup plan. And some people don't meet the requirements to get into, you know, become an aura or anything, but they can try their hand at dragon taming. I don't recommend it personally. My mom came home a year ago and she ended up on bed rest because the entire right side of her body got burned real bad. She healed, but it's not something I'd recommend.
This is a really dark conversation for 9 on a Wednesday, guys.
Shit, dude. Recess, like, across the table. I think we should move on from this conversation.
How do you do that?
Uh, uh, Billy, what are you looking forward to for classes today? Uh, Billy like perks her head up and she's like kind of mid bite, and like immediately like puts the spoon down and like kind of wants like tries to appear a little bit more like put together. Oh, um, I, uh, I'm kind of excited for uh herbology. And then she like chokes down like other things to say and kind of nervously looks back and forth at everyone. Right.
Yeah, no, I'm sure herbology will be great. I wonder what plant we'll get to learn first. And she will, like, under the table, kick Drusilla and just mouth, help.
Ow. Well, I hope it's the venomous tentacula. Drusilla says confidently. The what? Brett says. The venomous tentacula. It's a huge plant that eats people. All right. This is a great conversation to have in the mornings. Recess. Just kind of exasperated at this whole thing.
I never thought I'd long to sit at the Hufflepuff table. I don't.
And this is why I tell people that talking at any point at a dinner table is a complete waste of time. Janice says. This is the first time that she's talked this entire time. She was the first kind of to get here for our breakfast. She's been reading this whole time. This is the first time she's piped up.
God, I hate to agree with you on anything just on principle, but yeah.
Yeah, well, it's fine to be hated, at least if I tell the truth.
To be fair, I don't think anyone expected Brett to trauma dump before lunch.
I wasn't trauma dumping. I was giving an answer to the question. He just loudly yells. Please, Brett, you don't have to yell, Saoirse says. Methinks the lady doth protest too much, Drusilla says. I'm not protesting. You just protested. I was just giving information that I had that you asked me for. Uh-huh. Maybe you should give less.
I stare at him on that one.
Yeah, you stare at him, and he has his arms up, and then he just slowly lowers them, and then just goes down and picks at his food. Fun. Well, I'm personally looking forward to potions, Drusilla says. I've always liked the idea, and I've been reading over my textbook since, we got on the train.
Are we learning anything interesting this year? But being first year and all.
Oh, yeah. There are a few things that we're going to be learning this year that I'm particularly interested in. Let me pull up the little thingy. Personally, I think the confusing concoction's probably the one that I'm most looking forward to trying my hand at. I hear using ethanol in potions can be kind of challenging, to say the least. If you use too much, your entire potion can get set on fire. Too little, it can destabilize the whole thing.
I didn't know that. I mean, I guess ethanol is kind of an unstable chemical on its own, so it stands to reason.
Professor Slughorn, I know, is a legendary potioneer, and he's our potions professor. I'm really excited to get to learn from him.
Yeah, if he's not too busy throwing parties to teach, I'm sure it'll be great.
Throwing parties? Does he just, like, constantly have ragers? Reese says next to you.
Oh, he's like one of the worst. He throws a party every year. Several, in fact.
No.
He's been doing it since my parents were students here. Well, I mean, there was that brief time when he didn't work here, but
How wild do these parties get?
I've never been.
I think by party you mean sort of a high society gathering, Janice says. I doubt that he's throwing a huge house party every week. No, I think it would be fun to kind of think of it as a rager, Drusilla says. I always hear he drinks a little too much, but that's just a rumor.
It's just a theory.
A game theory. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe.
The Bud of 87.
I gave the Pope Undertale.
And now I'm a U.S. Senator. This is a real thing.
Oh.
Good scene, guys.
I think you cut it there, unless you have something else, Tamsin.
No, she's like actively avoiding looking at Brett. She just wants her waffles now in peace.
Mm-hmm. You go down and finish the rest of your waffles in relative peace, trying not to think about the trauma dumping that Brett did earlier. And with that, breakfast comes to an end. Now the start of the day. You walk up the coiling staircase and exit onto the 5th floor. On the right, you enter a long rectangular room. The area is bright and open. All the desks have been pushed on the far walls, and above you, moving and shifting illusions of colorful pictograms depict magical beasts slowly running wild over the ceiling. Banners of colorful ribbon arc across the banisters, and on walls you can see multiple moving photos, all of the same person, posing alone or with friends, in front of world monuments and natural wonders. One larger one shows the same woman laying next to a sleeping dragon and patting its head with giddy amazement. Your classmates have filled the room, laughing and conversing loudly between one another. On the far side of the room, you see Wilfred, Delilah, and Rin messing with a marble bust set on a pillar on the far side of the room. Wilfred is ducking down behind it as Rin asks the statue silly questions. I'm afraid I can't seem to remember where I put them, my dear. I'm a little dense. He knocks on the head of the bust. They all laugh a bit too hard at the stupid joke. Just at that moment, boom, pow, Wilfred shrieks and falls backward, and the room goes silent as pieces of the marble fly out in every direction like shrapnel. Good evening, class. You turn to see a smiling woman standing in the doorway, lowering her wand. I'm happy to meet you all. I'm Professor Rojas. And what you just saw there was a powerful little spell called Bombarda. She makes her way slowly into the classroom. Did you want to give it a go?
Rupert's hyperventilating. Just in the background.
In the background, you
And
see
Julia just looks like a chihuahua. Like, you know, the type.
the two
So her
traumatized
default-
kids in the
Her
story.
default setting.
The class largely erupts around you into a frenzy of excited voices. All right, all right. Everyone will get a turn. Line up in a straight line, please, and we can begin class. Professor Rojas cuts a interesting figure. She's very young looking, is the first thing that you notice. Long, coily, dark brown hair, dusky colored skin, and bright amber eyes. She seems to be relatively good-natured, with spirited features, and she walks with this air of confidence mixed with, general amusement. She stands in the front of the long line of students and paces as she speaks. Bombarda, also called the Explosion Jinx, is a special spell to be used on objects and never other students. Understand? If I hear anyone ending up in the hospital waiting for unjust spell work, it'll be a month's detention. The Explosion Jinx is best used to clear debris or heavy objects from your path. While destructive, the spell has helped me get out of a few tight positions in the past. In this class, we will be learning potentially lethal spells. Although this class is a controlled space, it's important that we set a precedent for the way you think about the spells you learn here. Can anyone tell me what the difference between jinxes, hexes, and curses are?
And
Hand.
All right. Anyone who wants to may roll a history of magic check.
Ooh.
Oof. All right. Holy crap.
Beat by
Holy
my
shit.
sister. We have the same modifier too.
Mhm.
Beaten by 2.
Yeah. So, let's see. None of you did absolutely terrible. You all generally kind of know what you would be talking about. A whole sea of hands raises up around you. Julia, you kind of stick your hand up, but you're a little bit shorter than the rest of them, and kind of being around a whole bunch of people, it like dwarfs your hand, and you slowly feel it come down just a little bit to try not to knock into anyone. Rupert, you know this answer. Your hand shoots up, but right next to you, your sister's hand also shoots up.
May I edit a little bit?
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
think I want
absolutely.
to be next to her.
Oh,
So,
okay.
but it's okay if she's like, on the other side of the group.
Okay, absolutely. So your hand shoots up, and you have like a sideways glance as you see your sister's hand also just kind of jut straight up into the air. Professor Rojas kind of glances around the room, a little bit overwhelmed at the amount of hands that went up, and just kind of takes a general glance around everyone. You. She points to Lorelei.
It's
I
all
can give
about
you.
duration.
Oh.
Jinxes lasts the least amount of time, and curses the longest, usually until the end of concentration.
Very good, very good. 5
I
points
taught
to
her that.
Gryffindor. I taught her that, Rupert
Yeah,
says.
I taught her
Beside him.
that.
Men always trying to steal a woman's hard work.
Exactly. Yes.
Rojas continues. Jinxes are quick and immediate displays of power and control. Hexes create negative effects that temporarily last on a target, and curses, lastly, are spells that create indeterminately long or permanent negative effects. With power comes those who would abuse that power. Over the next 7 years, we will help you to have the greatest defense against anyone who may have ill intent. But enough of the doom and gloom. She waves her wand, and multiple podiums with marble busts land from out of the ceiling and settle on the wood floors like a firing range. Simply point your wand at the target, muster up as much raw feeling as you can, and speak Bombarda. Kaboom! One of the busts turns into a fine powder. Well, go on. Let's see what you're made of. And everyone may cast Bombarda and 2 other DADA spells. And while you're rolling, I'm going to go take a bio break.
Oh boy.
Brooke, Brooke.
No. Let me have this.
Okay. Way to go, Annie. Way to go, Maya.
It couldn't have happened on a better spell for Julia.
My God. Oh my God.
Brooke.
Do you want my advantage?
No,
I
love it.
think this is the funniest outcome that could have happened.
All right, I've gotten back. Let me take a look at what the damage is. Interesting. Uh-huh.
Oh,
Fuck,
whoops.
that's a lot of
Wrong one.
nat 20s.
I swear, I roll more nat 20s in these games than I do in anything ever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is, but I
Ooh.
like
Um, Oh yeah, I'll use my inspo on that one.
Hmm.
But, oh, so wait, I completely forgot that that locomotor was its own spell. So I was just like, oh, I'll just put locomotor Wibbly or a locomotor instead of locomotor Wibbly.
Mm-hmm.
1d20. Come on. Woo!
All right. Let's see then who would like to go first. Who's good?
Can I get mine out of the way?
Yeah. All right, Brooke. Please tell me what the damage is.
Okay, so I did Bombarda, right? I got a
Yeah.
3 on the die for a -1.
Okay.
And then I tried Infirma Cerebra, and I got a nat 1 for a total of -3.
Oh my gosh!
And then
Wait, you got
I
in that one
tried-
too?
And then I tried Locomotor, and I got another nat 1 for a total of -3. I did not roll outside of the negatives this entire time.
Me too.
Dude,
Oh my
Twinning.
god.
Hashtag twinning.
do either of you want an advantage?
I'm so good.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, I'm good. Mhm.
Okay.
This is fate.
Okay. Brooke, one more time, just really quick rapid fire. You got a nat 1, a -1, and
Another
negative
nat
3.
1.
It's two
Another
nat
nat 1.
ones.
2 nat 1s
Yeah.
and
There's
a -3.
A negative, or 2 nat 1s and a -1.
2 nat 1s and a -1.
Yes.
Okay, well, that is a T.
That's crazy.
That is so definitively a T. You are looking to. You stand in front of this marble bust.
Wait. Actually, hold on. There's something that we talked about with the character creation.
Yeah. That's what's gonna happen.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, just go ahead.
Yeah. You stand in front of this marble bust and you take a look at it. You mostly kind of observe the way that Professor Rojas did her spell. And you also grabbed your Defense Against the Dark Arts book. Reviewed the way that the spell is supposed to be cast. You reviewed the wand movements. You think that you can handle at least breaking off a piece of this bust, if anything. So you set your books down. You hold your wand out. But you don't even say the full spell. You fall backwards, like collapse into yourself, and just fall to the floor. Dead asleep. Where you remain for the rest of class, not casting a single spell the rest of the time, which is why you get a T
Nap time.
and 2 nat 1s.
Ooh.
Um,
Whenever it ends up being my turn, can I play off of that?
So, yes and no. I would like you to not interfere with her having fallen asleep.
Oh yeah, no, not with that specifically. Just interacting with Lorelai having fallen asleep.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so not interrupting that or anything, but just interacting with it.
You a couple of heads turn to you as you kind of slam against the floor just unceremoniously, and like a couple of people are like, ooh. Like she's gonna feel that when she gets up. And we actually did talk about something.
She's like the Peter Griffin death pose.
Yeah, you're Peter Griffin in death pose. Yeah, we talked about something that is supposed to happen. I just want to double check. Yeah, all right. Um, so I'll wait a little bit and kind of wait to interact with you like a little bit more until we get a couple of
Mhm.
others down. Um, who wants to go next?
I'll go.
All right, Rupert Mooney.
Okay, so on Bombarda, I got an 8. On Flipendo, I got a
Uh-huh.
natural 1.
Oh,
And on which I sent you the nat 1 if you wanted that.
yeah.
Your call. And then I did Spongify for a 5.
Okay. I that's a that's a T.
Yeah,
I think that's a T. It's
100%.
definitively a T. The Moody siblings are not doing well in this class. So let's see. What was it again? An 8, a 5, and a nat 1. Let me double check this.
Then that one was on Flipendo.
On Flipendo. Okay.
Mhm.
You try your hand at a few spells, Rupert. You're not exactly sure what the direction was with these spells. She said cast with raw feeling, and you're sort of assuming any feeling is a raw feeling. You're not entirely sure how much more raw of a feeling you could possibly get.
Difference between raw
Um,
feeling and regular feeling.
Um,
It's not cooked yet.
you're standing in front of this marble bust, and you're trying to review your notes. You try to cast Bombarda. Nothing comes out of your wand. You try it a few more times, and your wand just won't do anything. It's not making any noises. It's not making any like sparks or any movement. You hear like a slightest whooshing sound, but that's it. Bombarda is just not working for you. So you flip through your textbook, try to find something else. Okay, Spongify. Spongify seems interesting, harmless, right? Spongify.
That's exactly what my thought process
Uh-huh.
was.
Spongify. Spongify. It still won't do anything. At a certain point, you start to think that your wand might not even work.
Like Sally's like swapped it out with a
Yeah.
fake one.
With a fake wand, with a trick wand. You've seen trick wands. They sell them at Weasley Wizard Wheezes. You take a look at your wand closely. No, that looks like the same wand that you got from Ollivander's. You're sure
Lorelai, that's just slow. Did you swap my wand?
You yell out to your sister.
Yeah.
You turn to go look for her. She's nowhere to be seen because you're looking at eye level. Currently, she is on the ground.
Has she been turned? What happened on hers? Why is
She
she on
fell
the ground?
asleep.
Got
She
you.
she
Yeah,
got hit
right.
with
I recall
narcolepsy.
that now. Yeah.
She must be hiding from you. And you're like, fine, as long as this happens, as long as your spell, as long as your wand has been like just dead, I guess. You look at some of the other spells, like Flipendo, a combat spell, but as long as your wand's not doing anything, it might be safe to cast. So you stand in front of this marble bust. You have your wand pointed, and you're just sort of reviewing how the motions for the spell goes. You think you can do this. You feel a little bit of anger that your sister may have somehow done something to your wand. This has to be sort of the raw feeling that you're trying to get to, right? You point your wand out at this marble bust. And you cast Flipendo. Something does happen. The marble bust spins wildly and transfigures itself into a feather. A bright white feather, like that of a swan.
My goodness.
It gently drifts down to the podium, and as soon as it makes contact with the marble, it caves it inward, completely obliterating the stone pillar and slamming into the ground below it.
High-pitched screams, jumping backwards, grabbing onto the desks, like quickly grabbing for my inhaler because of the jump scare. It wasn't me.
Ooh, Mr. Mooney. Good, good, good use of concept, but
You
Flipendo's
saw
not.
that, did you?
Yes, Flipendo's not a spell that transfigures. I think you may have gotten the wand movements backwards, possibly.
Recheck those. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be good to review that for next class. But don't worry, you got plenty of time to learn. Just remember to focus on that raw feeling.
I mean, ask you that, Professor. Raw feeling, like, is that different than regular feeling?
And she kind of waves you off like that was supposed to be a joke.
Well, all right.
I thought that was cool.
Huh?
Next to you, Darcy.
I was trying out the Flipendo at the time, so it wasn't supposed to do that. By my understanding, it's supposed to go flying across the room.
Yeah, that was a little bit different than what happened. It's a cool feather though.
I knew I wouldn't be very good at this class, and already on my first day, I'm absolutely terrible. You see everyone else out here? Not my part of it. I saw you. Went pretty well. Broke the nose off.
Yeah, I think it was holding back a little bit. I was sort of worried it might hurt someone. You know?
Yeah.
But
He looks very disappointed, like, oh, even she's doing
holding
better
back,
than me. She's holding back and succeeding.
well,
Yeah.
well, don't think of it like you're doing terribly. I mean, you saw the professor. She destroyed 2 whole marble busts, and you destroyed a whole pillar.
You're right. I destroyed the whole thing. Like, maybe I can figure out how to cast that more. And if anybody was ever at me, I could be go feather or something like that. Feather is.
I think that's a good idea. We'll get it. If you want, we can practice together. I haven't actually tried Flipendo at all.
That might be a good idea. You know, somebody that is handling it a bit better than I am. Tell me, what do you think about raw feeling? And that can be the.
Mm-hmm. And you and Darcy go study in the background. All right. Who would like to go next? Turn to page 394.
I'll go next.
Maxwell, what's the damage?
I just want a quick question for Brooke. Did you ever return Nate's bag, or did that happen before this?
Yes, she did. She went to the class early to return it to him.
He was very grateful that you returned his bag.
Wonderful.
All right. Here's the damage. 8 on Bombarda.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. Flipendo was a dirty 20.
Mm-hmm.
And Digitus Wibbly, natural 20.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, that's such a perplexing little. Eh. High or low?
The low god.
The low god has abandoned you. I will give you an E for that.
That's still good. But
Yeah,
this
it is
just
very
involves.
good. You did generally pretty good for yourself. Let's see. So, for Bombarda, this seems like a fairly straightforward spell. At least insofar as how you know how to cast spells. You you jut your wand out and cast Bombarda. And a small little like pityingly short little spray of sparks kind of comes from the end of your wand. Shh. That's not supposed to be what that is. Bombarda. And there's a little puff of smoke. Doesn't seem to be going well. While the rest of your class is sort of practicing spells in general, you're kind of stuck trying to cast Bombarda, and it never actually makes it. No matter. You can always cast other things. There's certain to be a few spells that are more reliable than Bombarda. You flip through your textbook, and you find Flipendo, the knockback jinx. This seems fairly standard. You take a look at the notes, you take a look at the wand movements, you can cast this spell. And like Rupert before, you point your wand at the marble bust and cast Flipendo. A red spark comes flying out of your wand and hits the marble bust. It juts itself off of the pedestal with surprising speed, careens to the back of the class, and then shatters against the wall. There you go. That's more your speed. Now for Digitus Wibbly, what was your plan for this? Or would you like this to be random?
I'm feeling. Let's go random. Let's get chance. Chance
All
time.
right. Chance time, chance time. How many students do we have?
23
23?
plus players,
Is that including players or is just
not
23?
including.
All right. Roll me a d29.
$29. Oh wait, I didn't. Oh wait, I messed that up. I didn't put the D.
Oh, okay.
Apologies. It was still a 29.
All right. You nod to yourself. Okay. You could do these. You could do these spells. Maybe Bombarda just wasn't it. You look over at another spell. Digitus Wibbly. It's meant to make your fingers like all messed up and wiggly, so people drop what they're holding.
Yes. Something subtle, something refined, but underneath people's notice.
Yeah. Let me double check something really quickly. All right. You take a look at the spell. All right. And you're staring down at your book and then sort of practicing the wand movements for a small bit before you kind of get the hang of it and you cast Digitus Wibbly. Impeccable pronunciation, impeccable wand movement. And a blue wave pulses out from the end of your wand and ends up hitting someone square in the back. Tamsin?
I'm very sorry.
Perfect. Guys, we did it. We saved the town.
Tamsin? Mara, are you there?
Yeah, I need like 2 seconds. I just unplugged my monitor.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yes, Barda's so unsubtle. It's very blunt. This is much more my speed. A refined, subtle type of spell.
This is an artist spell.
This is the spell of Barda. It has its uses, but it's so blasé.
True
Well-
intellectuals cast Digitus Wibbly.
Making me go back in time and memes with the dapper meme. With the guy with the monocle and the mustache.
Yes. You say this Digitus Wibbly variety is quite up to my standards.
There's a lovely head on that.
Lovely vintage you have here. Is there any more of the Digitus Wibbly in stock?
Pop shop, please.
Yes, let us see. Digitus Wibbly.
And Mara, are you there?
Yes. We
Wonderful.
got a
Hold on.
17 on.
Hold on. We're not at your rolls yet. What happened was a d29 was rolled
Mhm.
and you were hit with a spell.
How
A blue
rude.
pulse comes from the end of someone's wand and hits you square in the back. Your fingers turn into jelly worms and you lose control of your wand just as you are about to cast a spell. It hits the floor like tip first and then launches itself across the room. Maxwell, you watch this happen.
Ah. Well, that happened, but I'd best return to my studies. It's not important right now to deal with that.
Tamsin?
Does
What-
Tamsin like see or hear any of this? Does she know who hit her with the spell? It's crazy.
Maxwell, what are you doing? Are you trying to hide yourself? Or are you
I'm merely perusing my textbook to better understand the magic I'm casting.
Yeah, roll me a performance check to see how well you're doing at blending in or try pretending to read your notes. Tamsin, roll me a perception check to see if you can figure out who cast the spell at you. Ooh, all right. Maxwell, you're almost practiced in your approach to this. You grab your textbook and then immediately just start looking down. You place your wand in between the pages so it looks like you're just holding your place and that you hadn't even cast a spell. Tamsin, you whip your head around and you look around as your fingers like regain some of their feeling, and you try to look for anyone who could have cast a spell. No one looks like they're even paying attention to you.
She says several very choice words under her breath as she goes to retrieve her wand.
Before you can retrieve your wand, a hand kind of holds it out to you. Okay. Did you drop this? Taylor has retrieved your wand and holds it out to you.
Drop isn't the word I'd use, but thank you.
Oh, okay, good. It hit me on the head, so it would have been really awkward if you dropped it.
Sorry, someone hit me with a stray spell.
That's crazy. You should kill them.
Can turn around fast enough to see who it was.
We should just waterboard the whole class until you find out who it is.
Professor Rojas might actually approve that method.
Such practical solutions from Taylor.
Rojas doesn't need to know.
Well, you start holding people down, and I'll waterboard them.
Don't threaten me with a good time. Tamsin, you don't even need to make an insight check. You know that she's dead serious. She would do this.
God, Taylor, our beloved.
Mm-hmm.
So unhinged.
And I think that'll be Maxwell. Maxwell coming out in clutch with an E. 2 great rolls. Very good.
And he's gonna try to avoid getting waterboarded. You know, average day.
Yeah, I like to think that you overhear this and you kind of like make your way slowly away from them across the room.
It's like if I move slowly enough, the eye is attracted to movement, so slow, subtle movements are the way to go here.
Mm-hmm. All right. Who is next? Juno, Julia, Tamsin, would you like to go? Since I have you here?
Oh, yeah, that works.
All right. Word. What did you get?
We got a 17 for Bombarda, a 22 for Flipendo, and a 19 for Densagio.
Ooh. High or low?
We will go high.
That's a 4. The high gods have blessed you.
The gods are here this evening.
High gods
They're
are here
with
this evening. I beheld divinity. Thank you, Sikrin, wherever you are. That is an O for you, Tamsin.
Nice.
All right. Let's see. Yeah, 17, 20, 19. You practice with Taylor beside you. Taylor doesn't seem to really have much of a care for this class. She's fairly good at it, and she's not really casting too many spells. You, however, enjoy reading. This book of yours is fascinating. You're almost done reading it, and you have no qualms about rereading the same passages again. You look over Bombarda. You understand the spell. You've seen it cast. You point your wand out at the marble bust and cast Bombarda, and the side of the marble bust's head completely like obliterates, shatters off, and flies backwards. Not a huge concussive blast like that of Professor Rojas, who completely obliterated hers, but you do some damage. It's quite an effective spell, and you can easily see how a more practiced wizard could get more use out of it. Something to know for later. And, like many before you, following up a Bombarda with a Flipendo while you have the rest of your marble bust available to you seems to be a popular choice. You make your way over to that page, review the notes once more, and cast Flipendo. And as you say the last sort of syllable of that word, your wand responds in kind. A red spark shoots directly out of the end of your wand, hits the rest of the marble bust, and the pillar that it sits on top of goes with it as it kind of careens towards the back wall and shatters on impact. An impressive use of wand work. Lastly, Dinsagio. Now, obviously, you have lost the thing that you could really practice on. However, Dinsagio is an interesting spell. Your marble bust didn't have teeth. So, are you, one, practicing on someone else, or two, just practicing the wand movements? And if you are practicing on someone else, who is it? Or is it random?
You know what? She's feeling a little vindictive from earlier. She will pick at random.
Pick at random?
Someone
All right.
Someone else must suffer today.
Roll me a d29. Okay. I am gonna take a look. Oh. Okay. All right. You cast just sort of absent-mindedly. You look to Taylor at your side, and you realize you don't want to cast at her specifically. Nor are you really looking to cast anything at any of the Ravenclaws. You live with them. So you kind of turn your face away from all of your friends, or at least the people that you've come to know, and sort of absent-mindedly cast Dinsagio. A spiral purple spark, kind of like a whip, cracks out of the end of your wand and shoots straight across the area and ends up hitting someone in the side. Sadie has been practicing her wand movements very diligently. She did not want to cast the spell until she knew that she had a really good shot of succeeding. She's practicing her wand movements, and finally, when she gets up the courage to cast the spell, Bombarfa, as her teeth start to grow in front of her mouth and kind of completely lisp out, the wand backfires, sending her fly. There's a big crack, and it sends her flying across the room. It hits her square in the chest, and she lands on her back and kind of skids across the floor.
I think Tamsin just like very quietly puts her wand down and closes her book.
That was metal. Taylor says from beside you. You didn't even realize she was watching you this whole time.
It's so loud.
I don't think I was speaking all that loud, but all right. You see Professor Rojas kind of rush over to Sadie. And Sadie, she's like got tears in her eyes. And Rojas kind of rushes like her out the door into the hospital wing. Because obviously, as many people know, or at least should know, Dinsagio is not something that goes away on its own. You have to go to the hospital wing to get your teeth fixed.
God, I feel kind of bad. She's always so quiet. I'm sure probably will be able to fix it, though.
Yeah. I was kind of sick of you. Probably should have just picked someone you hated.
Yeah, weirdly enough, there's not anyone. So like I picked at random.
Wow, are you a wet blanket? Are you one of those people that just doesn't have any enemies?
Maybe I'm just likable.
That's what a loser would say. You should get yourself an arch nemesis, like, immediately.
Yeah, I'll go post ads right away in the common rooms.
Good. I'll help you make it.
You're actually really good at art. You like probably do some pretty sick designs for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll help you write a title, too. Poor loser needs arch nemesis. All applications welcome.
I don't know, maybe I'll pick a Hufflepuff though. Like I feel like they'd be a really good arch nemesis.
Hmm.
They have awesome comebacks.
Some of them. I tried talking to Macy the other day. I don't think she realized I was there. So maybe not her.
Did you tell her you were there? Did you just kind of show up? She gets really into her books sometimes.
Actually, I just kind of tried talking to her for once, and she was just staring up at the ceiling. I gotta respect it.
Just kind of blinks at Taylor. She's gonna give Taylor the same energy Taylor gives everyone else.
Word. She just says and then turns to her work.
Word.
Taylor's an interesting person, you're starting to realize. Somehow much more talkative and much less talkative than you would expect from a person. And utterly confusing where she's trying to speak from. You're not sure if anything that she says is a joke. It might all be a joke, or it might not. An enigma, truly. And who are you if not someone who enjoys researching the unexplained? All right. That leaves two. Mayaya, who did a BRB about 10 minutes ago. So I'm not sure if she's back. And then Annie. So
Yeah.
which one of you?
I can go if Maya's not back yet.
That's perfectly fine. Go ahead.
So I got an 18 for Bombarda, a nat 20 for Spongify, and so total of 22, and a 19 for Locomotor Wibbly.
Yeah. All right. That is an O for you.
Ooh.
Very nice, very nice.
I like to imagine, like, when people start casting Bombarda, like, if you show, like, if it were like a movie, like portraying, or like a TV show, it would show just a normal classroom with people casting Bombarda, but Julia's like crouching down, and just it cuts to her, her like how she sees the classroom, and she's just in the fucking trenches.
Mm-hmm. Julia, this classroom becomes a cacophony with people trying spells, marble getting blasted into smithereens. A few feet away from you, you hear Wilfred say Bombarda, and there is a concussive blast, like a shockwave that like radiates or permeates the space. and out of his wand, you hear boom, and the marble almost implodes on itself and disintegrates completely. You are standing there in front of your marble bust, shaking like a chihuahua, holding your wand in both your hands. You know you have to cast the spell. Everyone knows you have to cast the spell, or else you get a T. You hold your wand up, like in shaking grip, and kind of hold it out like arm's length away from you, and try your absolute hardest to get a grip. You manage, after some time just trying to do the wand movements and get them down without trembling, to say, Bombarda. It's a nice spell. It worked well with the stuttering that you have. And from the end of your wand, a red spark shoots out. And from kind of like your crouched position, like hunched over and shaking, a red spark shoots out and hits the very top part of the marble bust and like completely shatters the upper half of the head. You didn't completely destroy the bust, but it worked. You did it.
I think
And
Julia.
your ears are ringing.
Yeah, Julia very much just like kind of has like a reaction of like, "Am I dead? Did I die?" But
You
she,
peek
yeah.
out
Oh, sorry,
and
go
you
ahead.
see the damage. You peek out, like you open your eyes, like peek one eye open, and you do see the damage that you did to your marble bust. It worked.
Oh, okay. That was easier than I thought.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh.
What did you get for locomotor wibbly? Okay.
19.
Yeah. All right. And from there, you actually get a little bit more of a confidence. You take a look down at your textbook. You're not sure if you want to cast any spell that could be damaging, especially not to not at any student in particular. Like if you cast Flipendo, that could hurt someone. What if the shrapnel that lands to the back of the wall, if you even cast it correctly, flies out and like careens towards one of your classmates and impales them on a piece of sharp marble?
You go to Azkaban.
You'd go to Azkaban, your wand would
But
get
before
snapped.
you do that, you have to go to court. That's even worse.
Yeah, and your
Yeah.
parents would be so disappointed in you.
Yeah. Like there's so many, there's a lot of different reasons why she's just like flipping through the pages like frantically, like, no, bad one. That's a bad one. That's scary. I don't even like how that one's spelled. Um but yeah, Locomotor Wibbly will be the one where she's like, wobbly legs. Yeah, that's,
Mhm.
you know,
Yeah.
that couldn't hurt too bad.
Wobbly legs. You could definitely cast wobbly legs. It's fine. Are you casting this at anyone in particular, or would you like this to be random?
Ooh, we can do random because like
All right.
I imagine that she's like, okay, yeah, like I'll just practice on the bust again. Like
Mm-hmm.
she's not sure how it would work on a bust, but that's just her. So she ends up doing again the casting like closed eyes, like just holding out her wand.
All right. Roll me a d29.
7.
Oh, 7. Let's see. Uh-huh. So, you roll, you shut your eyes. And you think you got a good snapshot of the spell. For some reason, you're doing exceptionally, at least well for yourself with that one spell. You can kind of see yourself doing something again. You practice the wand movements in the air a little bit, keeping your eyes shut. You're not exactly sure where you're pointing, but you think you're fine. From behind you, someone bumps into you, and you like think to go like turn yourself back, but then you think better of it because you don't want to draw too much attention to yourself, but you continue on, not knowing that you had gotten shunted off of your previous positioning. Your wand points outward at someone, and you finally cast Locomotor Wibbly. There's a little bit of a commotion that you hear. And you've been hearing commotions this whole time, but it isn't until you open your eyes that you see Juniper on the ground. Her legs like having turned into like jelly underneath her, and like she's fallen forward.
Um,
And you hear like a cry of "Ugh!" Your wand is
Julia,
pointed outward directly at her.
like Julia, uh, Julia looks mortified, and for a second is like, okay, wait, maybe if I bury my wand, they'll never find the evidence. But ultimately, her instincts will kick in, and she'll like rush over and be, um, she'll rush over to Juniper like, try to help her up. Like, I'm so sorry. I wasn't aiming for you.
Her legs are really unsteady as you're trying to lift her up, and it takes her a while to get purchase. Were you watching where you were pointing that thing?
Uh, uh, I mean, don't have safety goggles, so no.
Wait, you just cast with your eyes shut.
Well,
He just fired that gun with his eyes closed.
Julius is like, I, I don't, I don't want to get hit. And she's like, tries to explain, and she's just ultimately will say, whatever, like, you can practice the rest of your spells on me. Like, just like bowed head, like, I'm sorry.
Sacrificial.
Just use me as your practice dummy. If that
All
will
right.
make it up.
Greater good.
She's gonna roll an insight check. Okay. She kind of sees the way that your demeanor is, the fact that you apologized and went to go help her up, and is like the way that you're like telling her, okay, yeah, you essentially, I can be your crash test dummy, for the remainder of the school day. And like the look of anger kind of melts just a little bit. No, you're, no, I don't, you're, Julia,
I
right?
mean,
Yeah. It's Julia with a G.
Yeah, I've seen you hang around with, Delilah. You realize that casting spells with your eyes shut, like it might save your eyes, but it could be really dangerous for other people in your class.
Yeah. That's
You should
I'll try.
always look where you're going or where your wand is pointed.
It's kind of scary though.
Oh, I kind of agree. These spells are a little dangerous, but we were warned about them. And miscasting happens all the time. Poor Sadie just got dragged to the hospital wing.
Oh, she did.
Yeah. I think it was
Oh.
a Densagio.
Like, Julia, when she was flipping through the book, like that was one of the spells in particular. She's just like, oh my goodness. I hope she's gonna make it.
I I think she'll be fine. Densagio is not fatal or anything, but you do need treatment in order to get it to go away.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm sure they probably get cases like that frequently.
All the time. Probably more so because of the first years for this reason. It's probably an easy fix. You shouldn't worry about her too much unless you want to go visit her.
Like, just in Julia's head, just very much, it's like, oh, you shouldn't worry too much. And in Julia's head, she's just thinking, but I'm gonna. Like Julia is like, yeah, I'll check up on her later, see how she's doing.
Yeah. Here. Hand me your book.
Oh, Julia will hand it over to Juniper.
You see her, she takes your book, you see her flip through the pages. She looks to be searching for something. Ah, here it is. Why don't you try this one? She hands it over to you. You read Spongify. It's not technically a jinx, hex, or a curse. I think it's actually qualified as a charm. It makes something softer, like a mattress. This one might be a little bit easier for you to cast. Won't be as dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, plus, that can be used more defensively, so.
It looks to be. Try not to get too worried about casting things that could hurt you. These are all meant to be defensive in their own way, right? Defensively offensive. She doesn't seem to have like a great grasp, but she does speak with a little bit of a hint of intelligence to her.
That makes sense. I'll definitely practice this one with my eyes open this time.
Yeah. Oh, and if you're thinking of making it up to me, you owe me a pumpkin juice later. That should set us straight.
Julia, I think she will say like, "Yeah, of course." And like the second she turns around, she writes out, like she pulls out her notebook and writes down like a note like urgent, get pumpkin juice. like I have to do this, otherwise consequences.
Mm-hmm.
But how earlier I was saying that I didn't want to like interrupt anything with Lorelai, but just wanted to interact. The idea that I had was is sort of like with Spongify. When Julia walks off to do Spongify, that she'll that she'll see Lorelai and kind of like, looking out for her friend. She'll try casting Spongify on her textbook to turn it into a pillow for Lorelai.
Okay, on your own textbook or on Lorelai's textbook?
Oh, on her own.
Okay.
Like she's just like, oh well, Lorelai needs this needs this more than I do right now.
Surreptitiously, 5 points are awarded to Gryffindor again. I believe there was one other person who rolled a natural 20. I think it was you, Maxwell, right?
Yep.
Yep. So that's 5 points. Current house point total 25 points for Gryffindor, 5 points for Slytherin, 5 points for Ravenclaw. We're doing great, guys. Keep up the good work. But yeah, Julia, you take a look. You see your friend Lorelai on the floor. Take it just a little snooze. And you, rather than waking her up, you just try to help as best as you can. You grab your textbook and you cast Spongify, and immediately the textbook kind of loses its rigid shape. It almost like forms around your hand. Soft, spongy. You walk over to Lorelai and kind of gently lift her head and place it underneath her. There you go. And now her head's elevated.
As advertised.
Mhm.
Like Julia's just very much just like kind of says to Lorelai, even though Lorelai's asleep, like, as soon as I learn a blanket spell, I'll let you know.
And you step back and you think to yourself as like you return kind of to your, I guess, not studying, because you can't really study now that your book is gone. Spongify, you didn't even really have to practice casting with that one. That came completely naturally to you. You did pretty well in this class, all things considered.
I think Julia kind of like thinks like that for a second. And it's just like, huh, maybe this class isn't so scary. Maybe
Mhm.
maybe I can turn this around. And then another person practices Bombarda, and she like dives underneath a desk.
Yeah.
Oh,
All
that's
right, we'll
good.
cut
That's
the scene
great.
there. Last but not least, Juno. Let's
Yeah.
round this baby out. Tell me what you got.
I got a 14 for Flipendo,
Mm-hmm.
18 for Locomotor Mortis,
Mm-hmm.
and a natural 20 for 25 for Bombarda.
That would be an O for you.
Wonderful.
That's the second O you've gotten.
Flipendo is in fact cast at Sally.
Aha. Okay. Let me take a look back at your spells. They are in here somewhere.
Actually, can I just go to Sally and be like, you want to practice spells together?
Would you like to?
Yeah.
Are you going to do that for Bombarda as well? Or are you going to cast it on the bust and then go look for Sally?
No, I'm going to practice all my spells with Sally. We're going to be great friends.
Okay. Juno, you know exactly kind of who you're looking for. She's one of the triplets. It should be easy to find if she's near one. If one of them exists, the others are surely nearby. That's how you know twins to work. You look around, you kind of scan the crowd, and you spot blonde hair and then the ring of an annoying laugh. Found her. You make your way over. Standing there is a girl with, actually, let me double check to make sure that I'm thinking of the right twin. This is the issue. Okay, so now I'm seeing the issue with having two characters that look exactly alike.
One has short hair, one has long hair.
One has short hair, one has long hair. I forgot who had short hair and who had long hair. Okay.
The girly one has the short hair.
Yeah. such stellar.
So different and unique of her.
Mhm. You walk over to the girl with the long blonde hair. Her head is kind of pulled back, laughing, as you see kind of like across the way from her, her brother fumbling to get his wand that's jumping out of his hands that have been Digitus Wibbled. You think she may have gotten the idea from somewhere. You're not sure who.
Ah. Wonder who.
But you make your way over.
Yeah, no, she like kind of walks out and kind of watches the scene for a moment before she's like, wow, it seems to me like you need better partners.
Oh. Hey.
Hi.
You were at the table earlier today.
I was, yeah. A lot of my friends are in your house.
That's cool. Sally.
Juno.
Nice to meet you, Juno.
I
Is
was
there
wondering
something-
if you wanted to practice some spells. I mean, no offense, but it looks like you could use somebody with some actual bite.
Ugh, you have no idea.
Well, I'm happy to help.
I would
I-
love to. Logan and Sam are terrible at this class.
Oof.
I'm not terrible at this class. You just keep casting things at me. You hear Logan like shout from the other side of the room while Sam like holds his wand waiting for his fingers to go back to normal.
Well, I figured maybe you'd want to cast spells with somebody who can cast back.
Uh-huh. I certainly do. I'd love to.
Wonderful. I'm assuming you know the rules of. Well, it's not really a duel, but. I'm assuming you know how to fight fair?
Of course I do. I always fight fair. Fair's my middle name.
Really?
Yeah, Salula Fair.
Opendo.
Heal. You cast Lavendo at her before she even starts talking.
Yep.
Okay, roll me to hit, please.
Okay. I gotta remember how to do those. That's a spell attack, right?
Uh,
Is that the
yes.
same thing? Okay.
Yeah, roll spell attack.
It's 12 unless somebody. Oh, fuck. It's gonna kick my ass,
You want
guys.
a subscriber?
Guys, she's gonna kick my ass. It's a
Take
15.
my subscriber.
It's a 15.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna kick my ass, guys.
That does hit.
Oh my God.
You cast Flipendo. You're near her, so this is kind of point blank. What is your School of Magic? What's your modifier?
Oh, +5.
Oh, +5. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Is it 30? It's like 5 plus.
Oh, for Flipendo,
Times.
let me give me a second.
It's equal to 5 times your spellcasting ability modifier.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So she flies backward 25 feet away from you and sort of lands like kind of flipped over onto her stomach with a oof, like straight down on the hard like wood flooring. Ow!
I mean, I thought you were ready. You said you were, prepared to fight, so I figured you were ready. Okay, come on. You can get up.
She
Yeah.
gets up and like you see like her tongue like kind of poke the inside of her cheek. I'm ready.
Okay.
And she will cast out. You know what? She will also try to cast out a flipendo. Let me see if I can roll to attempt the spell. Oh, that's a 5 on the die. No. She goes, flipendo. And a bunch of like sparks fly out of the end of her wand. What? Flipendo.
It's
She
bad
can't
luck.
cast it.
Was having trouble with that one too.
You pipe up, Rupert, watching this scene play out.
It's bad luck.
You know, your your dueling partner has hesitated. What do you do?
As soon as she's just like, what? And immediately, she cast Locomotor Mortis.
Locomotor Mortis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, let me double check what this is. It a roll to hit?
Oh, wisdom save.
It's wisdom saving throw.
Okay, wisdom save. I'll roll a wisdom save for her. That's a 7 on the die. What is your spell save DC?
Let me see.
My guess is that's not going to work anyway.
Spell save DC is 14.
Yeah, no. She fails. From the end of your wand, a bright green band shoots out and like I don't know if you've ever seen one of those ropes that have like the 2 balls on the end of it to make it kind of counterweighted. But it shoots out of the end of your wand and wraps itself around her legs, binding them tightly together, and she sort of tumbles and falls forward again onto her stomach. Ow!
I think right before she falls is when she's gonna cast that Nat 20 Bombarda.
Okay. Roll the hit with advantage.
Okay.
Because of the nat 20.
21.
Woo!
Yeah. Also, I guess she's not prone, technically. Have a speed have and suffer disadvantage on dexterity saving throws, especially time removes the duration. Throw. Yeah. All right. She is falling forward, and you take this moment to cast very simply. You point your wand out and say, Bombarda. There is a concussive blast, not unlike what Wilfred did earlier to the marble bust at the other end of the room. It shoots out, boom, boom, from the end of your wand and hits Sally square in the chest, so much so that she stops falling forward and instead flies even farther backward and kind of towards the other end of the room, towards the door, and ends up hitting the side of the door and falling. And her head kind of hangs.
Juno, kind of as if her wand was like smoking, kind of does like the and will just walk away. There's nothing else to say about that.
You hear Sam like shout, Sally! And she runs over to her sister. Logan also kind of looks at you like, what the fuck was that for?
You should really be careful what you say.
She didn't do anything.
Not that you know of.
he kind of like is like a forget you sort of movement with his hands and rushes over to Sally. You see like there's like the start of a bruise kind of peeks up over her collarbone as Sam tries to shake her awake. It doesn't look like it looks like she's just knocked out. You didn't kill her or anything. But there is kind of a dent in the door frame from where she hit. Both Logan and his sister like grab Sally and like try to rush her out of the room. Thankfully Rojas is still out of the room. But that doesn't mean that she won't run into them on the way back.
Mm-hmm.
Juno, did you cast with the intent to harm?
Yeah, I did.
I would like you to take a corruption point for this. That was a lot.
All I'm saying is, one semester I already have 2. Great time, guys.
15 points will be deducted from Gryffindor, and you are getting a week's detention. Actually, no, a month's detention. She did say, yeah, it would be a month's detention.
That's all right. Worth it.
Wait, why Gryffindor?
Oh no, not Gryffindor. Sorry, I thought you were Gryffindor. Everyone in here is a Gryffindor. 15 points will be deducted from Slytherin. Slytherin's at a -10.
It's fine. It's just me in this house.
For an act of, I guess, judgment from on high.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Holy crap, Juno. You almost killed a girl.
Yeah, I did. I don't know what to tell you. Don't fuck with Julia. Don't fuck with her Gigi. Alright? We won't have any fucking problems.
Uh-huh. You still gotta know.
Yeah.
For what it's worth. You cast those spells violently, but very well.
Mm-hmm.
And that, I think, is where we're going to take our 10-minute break. Sorry that went a little over. If everyone could meet me in the VC after the 10 minutes are up, I just want to talk about one thing in particular. We'll have kind of like an extended break, so just make sure to mute after the 10 minutes are up and kind of meet me in there.
Okay.
All right.
Nothing really big. Just want to let you know. Just something to like a little housekeeping. There we go.
Okay.
See ya.
Magic in Mysterium is brought to you by murder. Murder your classmates. It's always a good idea.
Murder most foul. All right.
Plan ahead now.
So here's how this is going to work. I will give you a choice. Either we can kind of do like a lightly extended herbology lesson to kind of round everything out. We can quickly move through herbology and potions. Rather, we can quickly move through herbology, potions, and astronomy and kind of end with that. Or we can do kind of free periods, which will be a little bit more like short-ish. Just like a small thing that people want to do. So I will turn that over to you.
Would they be like mechanical free periods?
They don't have to be mechanical free periods, but they can be around a mechanical thing if you wanted to. That could be a good basis.
I was gonna say where I would probably want to leave potions for when we're all here.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's fair. Entirely fair.
Yeah.
So we got one for not a potions.
I'm all
Yeah,
for
I'll-
free periods.
Okay.
I was gonna agree with do potions when we're all here.
Yeah.
Word. All right. Preference for either doing a herbology class or a free period. People want free periods a little bit more, or they want herbology a little bit more.
I do have an idea if we do free periods.
Okay. So it seems like Maya is okay with free periods. You're okay with free periods. Is there anyone
period.
else that has like a free period? Ian?
Free period sounds good.
Okay.
Good with free period.
Cool. Like I said, it's going to be a little bit smaller. They're not going to be like huge, extensive scenes or anything like that. But you can choose what you want to do, whether it be mechanical or whether it be just setting up for something, having a conversation with someone, looking to find someone. I'm trying to be a little bit better at managing time, but not a huge deal if we go over. Is that good?
Yeah.
All right. With that in mind, let's get back to it. Defense Against the Dark Arts comes to a close. A bit of a rough close. Everyone sort of gathers their materials and leaves the room. For you, Juno, it was a little bit more eventful. Rojas returned in a huff and scolded you quite extensively and gave you a month's detention. You have the opportunity to say whatever you want about how you feel about that. In particular.
I think Juno hears like the words of her parents, particularly this time I think her dad, and it's probably something along the lines of always protect the little guy. You never let somebody walk all over the people you care about.
Yeah. You receive your month's detention with a cool-headed surety that what you did was at least at some point in your head justified. You hear later that Sally ended up in the hospital wing with 2 cracked ribs.
I see.
Everyone moves out of the classroom. Could I get from everyone what they would like to do for their free period? Where they're going, and this helps me plan a little bit. So it's just like what they're just to set up like what you're doing.
Well, with Julia, the the idea that I had for her for a free period is essentially rolling wisdom saves as she's for the free period stuck on the moving stairs.
Do you want? So you want to be stuck on the moving stairs?
She is like, fuck, I need to get to the bottom of these stairs, but they
Yeah,
keep
go ahead.
moving.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me either a dex save or a charisma save, for getting stuck on the stairs, and we'll see that when that happens.
Okay, I'll roll dex since my dex is lower.
All right.
Come on, come on. Ah, darn. I rolled an 18. Like the one time I'm rolling, I'm like, I want to do bad.
Okay. Anyone else? What they're doing? I will pick on people if they do not tell me.
My idea is explore the castle and possibly run into Drusilla.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Anyone else? Brooke, I think I got you. Unless you want to do something a little bit more like after the thing.
I didn't know if that was gonna be considered mine or not. That's why I
No,
wasn't
I
saying
don't
anything.
think. I don't think so. You can do something that you would like to do
Okay.
because I
was
kind of
just
count
gonna.
that scene as your DADA scene that got
Mhm.
cut.
I was literally just gonna do something mechanical, like try to raise my intelligence and hang out in the library.
Okay, that works for me. Tamsin.
I was
What
just
would
gonna
you-
study for transfig.
All right, are you gonna do that in the library or are you gonna do that somewhere else?
Yeah, should go to the library.
Word. Juno, do you have an idea of what you would like to do?
She's staying in her common room, and is going to study there.
Oh, okay. Sounds good to me. All right. I guess with that, one second. Okay. With that, yeah, I think we're going to move our camera back to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. You see, everyone left the Defense Against the Dark arts classroom, save for one person who was sleeping quite soundly on the floor, her head cushioned by a pillowy textbook that has now since gone hard again. Um, the Spongify having worn off. Um, Professor Rojas, taking pity on you, she does cast Renervate to try to see if she can help. When you don't wake up, she realizes this is not actually a magically induced sleep. This is something else. She lifts you up and kind of takes you over to the side with a bunch of desks and sort of lays you down there. She had, and then tries to, goes off and prepares for her next class, which does occur with the ring of the bells overhead. The second year class for the Defense Against the Dark Arts files into the classroom. Lorelai,
Yes.
the dreams that you are plagued with, most of the time, they don't exist. Whenever you fall into like these kind of narcolepsy induced sleeps, whenever you fall unconscious, you don't see anything usually. It's sort of a disconcerting void. There's blank spaces in your memory all of the time. For some reason, this time's a little bit different. And not because you see things, but you do hear things. The rattle and the crackle of something hollow dragging against the floor. The groan and the crack of ice underfoot. The flash of some unknown fire bursting outward. You feel the press of a wand against your cheek. You hear the whisper of voices around you.
I think her hand kind of instinctively goes up to like bat at the wand.
Yeah, you go up, you're bat at the wand, and for momentarily, like, the pressure alleviates. You hear your brother. Why do you keep leaving me alone? Are you ashamed of me? Are you ashamed of what you did? What you did to me? Are you leaving me alone like you did that day? Lorelai. Hey, you. Hey. 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 And then slowly the accent fades. Hey. Hello.
Over here, get off me.
You feel the press of something against your cheek again, like just poking at your cheek incessantly.
She'll like bat at it
Sleeping
again
Beauty.
and very slowly open her eyes.
You open your eyes and you see the ceiling of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and a boy's face standing over you, who's like poking at your cheek. Oh. And Sleeping Beauty has awoken. Told you I would work magic. That's not funny, D. I just saying.
I was asleep. Oh God. She's like sit up really quickly, kind of rub at her cheek where the wand was pressing.
Yeah, what you realized was that was not a wand. That was like just his finger that was poking you. It just felt like a wand. You see kind of two boys and a girl kind of standing near you. One of the boys is dressed in Ravenclaw blue robes. Rather, would be dressed in a robe. He's not currently wearing it. He's sort of got like the vest on and a loose collared white shirt. You don't know where his tie is. Darker skin, long brown hair. And next to him is a boy with short, like kind of messy ginger hair, who's kind of looking very disgruntled at his friend. And then next to them is a girl with kind of very similar ginger hair. They don't look alike though. She's kind of shorter, curvier. Her hair's a lot wavier. It looks a lot more well done. And she just sort of huffs. Can you stop crowding around her, please? Let her up.
I how long have I been asleep? Do you know? Shit, I shouldn't have fallen asleep in class.
Well, it's a good thing you had us. Welcome to second year. The boy with dark brown hair says.
Welcome to second year and first. You're the boy from Weasley Wizard Wheezes.
See, I told you my reputation precedes me.
You laughed at me and my brother.
I do not remember that. He doesn't remember much of anything. Hey, sorry about that. Are you all right? You were just kind of passed out here. Professor Rojas went to go check her lesson plans. Seems like she's been kind of run ragged by the first years.
She will look around and take in where she is and who she's talking to, kind of putting pieces together. And as she does so, her cheeks get redder and redder out of embarrassment and frustration. And she'll kind of like stand up, brushing herself off. I'm fine, thank you. I fell asleep in class. Not that it matters or anything. I mean, I'm sure tons of people do.
Oh, you fell asleep? Oh, honey, that's so sad. Are you okay? Do you need us to get you to the hospital ring? Were you knocked out? The girl with red hair addresses you.
No, I wasn't knocked out or anything. I didn't even get to cast a spell, I don't think.
See, I told you, Sleeping Beauty. Don't listen to him. Oh, and she's getting redder.
I am not. And I'll be fine. I just need to know what class period this is. Did I sleep through just one or more? I kind of lost time.
You slept through a whole year. You did not sleep through a whole year. That's enough, Darian. You're no fun. It's just the start of the second period. You should be okay.
Okay, good. Darian, huh? You do have a name.
That's right, Spitfire. And do you have a name?
Lorelai, but everyone calls me Lori.
Ooh.
And who
Lori.
are your friend? Not Lori, Rory. With an R. Rory.
Whatever you say. Ugh. You hear you hear the girl cough, like scoff at him.
I think in spite of herself, she grows even redder, like to the point where she's nearly as red as her hair.
Mhm.
And she'll turn to the other two. What are your names?
I'm Charlotte Abernathy. Nice to meet you. And Graydon. Just Graydon.
Can I make a perception check to see if I notice that he looks like someone?
Perception or insight would work
Okay.
either way.
I think they're the same either way. 13?
Well, let me double check something. He seems familiar. You kind of, it takes you a little bit, like you're kind of squinting at him for a long time, and he gives you sort of a nervous look, like, is there something on my face? Um, but it does start to hit you. His eyes are the same color and the same general shape as his sister's, which you have stared at before because you were trying and failing to draw her in art class.
Do you have a sister?
Oh, yeah.
She's in my year, Slytherin. Gemma, right?
Yeah, Gemma's my sister. He gives you kind of a complicated expression. You're not exactly sure if you're able to read it.
She's pretty nice. She's been friendly to me so far.
Gemma? Is there
Yeah.
another ginger in your class?
Not by the name of Gemma Dragon, though there are quite a few of us.
Yeah. I heard they can't help but multiply. Darian says. Shut up!
Even in that
Charlotte,
case,
like,
it's a
swats
recessive
him.
gene. It's like getting two moon calves together and one is darker colored and the other is pure white. It's not going to make pure white again.
No, not unless the darker color had, you know, a pure white ancestor or, you know, parent or grandparent. Graydon
Right.
says.
Exactly.
You'd be surprised how rare white moon calves actually are, though. Surprisingly.
We have a few where I'm from on the farm.
Oh, really?
Only two. It's a mother and her baby.
Well, that's really rare, too. Most of the time, you see if a moon calf's white, they're male.
Sorry, I'm like kind of losing
He's
my
like-
mind
he's
over
geeking
moon
out
calf
over-
genetics.
Yeah.
I'm like-
He's also geeking out over you, over moon calf genetics.
Right, and mostly the orange ones are female. I don't know how we got a hold of her. She kind of came to us a few years back.
No, that's.
I should get going though. It's
Right.
already into second period. Thank you for waking me up.
No problem. I I'd do it again. Not that I want this to happen again, but I'd help, obviously.
Right. Well, Darian, Graydon, Charlotte, it was very nice to meet you, all of you.
It's nice to meet you too. If you have a mind, it looks like you're Gryffindor too. If you want, me and Graydon are also Gryffindors. So if you ever feel like you want to sit up by the second years, seats open for you.
I might take you up on it. My brother can be a little annoying.
Great. I'm looking forward to it.
She'll
Yeah.
like she'll do a little awkward, the white person smile.
Mhm.
And like nod her head, grab her stuff. She'll look at them again, smile, nod.
See you later, Lori. Darian will call after you.
Rory, but okay.
He just gives you like this shit-eating grin that you see like as you back your way out of the classroom.
I
All
think
right.
on her way out, this is so cringe and so Hallmark. On her way out, she like smiles to herself and she like is kind of a little giddy,
Yeah,
She has
you
like
made.
2 cute boys. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, older boys.
Yeah.
And one of them almost calls you by your name that you prefer.
Yeah, and he called her Sleeping Beauty. Like, oh my god. The bar is on the floor.
The bar's on the floor. All right, we will pick up back with you for your free period. But for then, all right, smaller free periods. Let's go. Maxwell, you are going to look around for things, right? Just exploring the castle. Roll me an investigation check, please.
God, I wish I had proficiency in this.
13. Not bad. Not bad.
It's a castle.
It's a castle. It's got a lot of doors. Most of them, you realize, are locked. Not that you would be snooping. Snooping's not in your nature. Of course not.
This is investigating. This is perusing, where I'm going to be living for the next year.
Mm-hmm. You make your way down to what any person would probably want to go down, the dungeons. This is the most interesting part of the castle. It's the castle that's part of the castle that you haven't been, but you know that you're going to be taking classes down here at some point. So, yeah. You walk your way down the winding corridors of the stone dungeon. It's much colder down here. That's the first thing that you realize. You didn't realize how drafty a dungeon could be until you got down here. You kind of pull your robe a little bit closer to you as you make your way through. The pathway winds around you. You see curtained off sections where the wall is kind of broken apart or fallen away. A lot of these spaces seem fine, but others seem exceptionally less taken care of for some reason. You're not exactly certain why. You turn a corner, and in a small sort of half moon sort of open room, there sits a kind of large, almost circular garden plot with bioluminescent flora. For the most part, it looks to be mainly fungi, but also you see like the dusting of stargrass, and it seems like a really strange piece of nature in this otherwise like desolate area. You see two people talking. One is a girl with dark black hair, with her hair kind of pulled up into two space buns. Of course, you know this to be Drusilla. And then the other is a boy with like shorter blonde hair, curtain bangs, and a stave. And he kind of turns to leave after the two of them. It looks like they've just finished a conversation. He passes you on his way, kind of like his staff kind of jutting out in front of him. He like hits your shoe and he like apologizes before walking past you and leaving you sort of in this hallway with Drusilla. Now, Drusilla did hear him apologize, so her head does perk up. And you see her look at you, and just the immediate expression on her face, like, turns to something, like, icy and closed off.
Good afternoon, Drusilla. How are you?
Fine. She sits back down. There looks to be, like, a thought whether or not she should leave, but, it currently looks like most of her papers and stuff are kind of spread around this area, and she looks to be studying something. Nothing too grand. She mostly just tries to ignore you.
Quite the defense class we had this morning, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
Reading anything interesting?
Nope. Please give me. You can decide how you feel about this. First, I'll say.
I mean, the conversation they've had, like, this is the fourth time they've ever talked, and
Mm-hmm.
one of those was literally like a sentence to each other. And the last one caused her to just lock down and completely try to make it seem like nothing was wrong when Maxwell knows. No, something was definitely wrong. She's hiding
Mhm.
something. You know what? He's going to try to not piss people off today because he seems to be good at it. He feels a little iced out, but he's going to try to at least establish some type of ability to just not have it seem like they hate each other.
Go for it.
This is probably persuasion.
Yeah, you can have the role inform what you do next.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Annie, could I maybe bum the subscriber bonus off of you?
I don't know if
Oh, no.
Annie's here.
Oh no.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, did you call me?
Could I bum the subscriber bonus off of you?
Oh, yes, of course.
Wait. It looks like Chris gave me one in chat.
Sorry, I like zoned out for a
Yeah.
second.
No, you're totally good. All right. Try it again. The dice tell a story.
Dice decided you got your nat 20. Now suffer.
Yeah. You kind of stand there for a minute. It is an odd thing for you to be this awkward. You usually are incredibly more persistent with people, but when someone ices you out this quickly, not even trying to lie to you, not trying to be engaging at all, it's hard. It's hard to draw blood from a stone. And she is probably the coldest you have ever encountered in a person, which in itself is fascinating. A lot of people have met you with somewhat of a tacit, like, open hostility for whatever reason, or like an avoidance. She's not even avoiding you. She's just completely shut you out. Like, if she was avoiding you, she would have left, and you would have at least had the ability to chase after her. It feels almost wrong to try to pursue this. But there's something in your brain, some small part of you, that says if there wasn't something here, why are you still standing here?
Yeah, I think you nailed it. It's like normally it's like people either try to argue with him or they leave. This is
Mhm.
it's like this is not the option I usually see from people. This is unique in a sea of things that I'm used to.
Yeah.
Could I ask you for an honest opinion about myself?
You see her kind of stop, like her eyes stop, and like they slightly flick up, like almost distantly. Her face like squeezes a bit, like kind of pinches almost, like in a restrained way. Yes, Skeeter?
Well, first, please call me Maxwell, and I will, if you wish, I will continue to call you Drusilla unless you'd prefer Pruitt.
She flinches slightly at the name. No, Drusilla's fine.
We had a decent conversation in the potion shop, Slug and Jiggers, did we not?
That's a fair assessment.
And we had a brief, but I thought at least decent conversation before you went and got sorted.
So you say?
So I say, what was it in the last conversation that I said to you that was so rude that I'm being treated like an unwanted guest?
That's a very direct question that you've just sent posed to her. I'm going to roll for something. Okay.
Bombarda.
Bombarda. Flipendo. Avada Kedavra.
And then he died.
And then he
No one
died. Roll new
cared.
character. You
We
get buried
just-
in the
Doesn't even
mushrooms.
cast a spell. Just looks at him for a second and then throat punch.
Mm-hmm. It's like a mantis shrimp. You just die immediately. You see her, like, her face kind of, her brows furrow a little bit, and she like looks away from you for a moment, and then sighs. I You want me to be honest?
If I asked for an honest opinion, so yes.
Maxwell, I have heard that you are exactly the kind of person everyone expected you to be. Everyone here knows about your mother. If they don't, they're Muggle-born. And the fact that you told me that you would find out my secrets one way or another doesn't leave me with a great opinion of you. It just means that I talk to someone who is incredibly persistent in an invasive way. People lie to you because they don't want to confront you at all. They don't want to tell you anything. They don't want you to know them. And I gotta be honest, I don't want you to know me either. I'd be more than content if we just, stayed our separate ways for 7 years. You forgot my name, I forgot yours, and then we graduated and then we were done. Because God help any of us if you grow up to be exactly like your mother. How much information can you gather in 7 years that you could use against us in the near future? She kind of goes off on you and then stops and sighs and looks away. Like she said a little bit too much. Maxwell, those words were harsh. How do you feel?
It's probably the exact thing his mother said would happen to him. Because, but the way she frames it is people won't like you because they're afraid that the truth is going to, it's like the truth is something no one wants to hear. So if they're going to hide things from you, it's because they don't want anyone to find out because they're ashamed. You shouldn't be, because I would never lie to you.
Mm-hmm.
Rita Skeeter, most honest woman in the world.
Right.
He's like, I expected people not to like me. I didn't expect it to be so quick, and I didn't expect it to be so thorough, and I didn't expect it to be from people who should maybe be his friend or at least tolerate him, like from his house at least. It's one thing to be told no one's gonna like you. It's another thing to just experience that wave of dislike.
Mm-hmm. And this one's going to come to an end. But, Maxwell, what is your response to this? Do you say something? Do you stay? Or do you go?
All right then, Drusilla. I understand it would be a large undertaking. So, what could I do to change your mind about me?
What?
I'm not going to be able to change everyone's mind at once, so you've been honest with me. You held nothing back. You seem to be my harshest critic, so I'd like to know what I can do to get you to change your opinion of me.
She looks you up and down. And for a moment, you think that she's going to ice you out again. Like that you somehow lost the configuration of words that would have made this magically disappear. But she does surprise you. She says, "Stop prying. If you want to get to know me, then get to know me like a normal person and don't be so persistent." Just be normal. Not everything is an investigation. Not every conversation has to be an interrogation. Try there.
I will give this endeavor an attempt then. Thank you for your honesty. It's much appreciated.
Oh, don't thank me yet. It's not really anything that I did. And she goes back to her reading. Do you leave? Or do you stay?
I think he will give her space right now and just keep
Mhm.
exploring, but not before he says, "Have a good day, and see you in the next class."
See you around, Maxwell.
You as well, Drusilla.
Small victories. She's using your name. And you have a way forward. All right.
Now, how
Next
do I
person.
get out of this dungeon?
Oh, God, I lost myself again. No, why don't they have a map for these things? All right. Julia, your adventure on the stairs. What did you roll?
I rolled well. I just I think it was an 18. Here, wait. Yeah, 18.
Yep. You make your way up the moving staircases, and almost predictively, you feel the rumble underneath you. And the stairs start to shift, and then they move slowly to the side, kind of careening over and landing, sticking itself onto a completely different platform. You were headed up the other direction. Now you almost have to make like a 3-point turn to get back to where you were to go downstairs. So you try your best to walk up the stairs onto that platform, and you go to the stairs down just to take the stairs on another level. You walk down, and they too dislodge and move off to the side.
Every single time the stairs are moving, Julia just like you could just do a close up of her hands on the rails and just see the ironclad grip she has on them. Just as she's like kind of green in the face.
Yeah. You, no joke, you are stuck in this unending loop for like maybe 15 minutes. It's just you going up and down stairs, and every time you do that, they change to a different platform. You are not even heading around in circles, because at least circles would take you back to where you wanted to be in the first place. You're just going back and forth.
Yeah, Julia, like, and it does. It also doesn't help. It takes help. It's part of the reason why she's taking so long is that with that grip on the railing, that just whenever the stairs are planted back in place, she's worried about them moving again, so she just goes down them one step at a time, or go up them one step at a time.
Juliet, you need to use these staircases to get back to your common room. This is the way that you need. You can't even go down to try to get out the way you came and try to find another way around. You need to get there, and these stairs are preventing you from doing that. Is there anything that you do
Ooh.
aside from gripping the railing? What do you say? Well, what are you feeling?
Let me think. Ooh, okay. I think I think what Julia will end up doing is like the next time the stairs dislodge and lodge back into place, she kind of pauses for a second and is like in her head thinking like okay, 1, 2, 3, and starts humming some like very like preschool type tune. I forget the word. It's like slipping me at the moment.
Nursery rhyme?
Yeah, like some nursery rhyme that her parents would say to her when she was like a toddler. It's like, okay, maybe if I just don't think about it, if I don't think about the stairs and I just start running, like like hands over my ears so that I'm not so I don't hear the stones moving, and I just like she's basically taking the approach of plugging her ears and going la 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 and just and trying to run.
Julia, make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Dexterity is saving throw. Oh wait, I'm in edit mode.
At
Okay.
disadvantage, actually, because you're shutting your eyes and blinking your ears and seeing something. Yeah.
13.
Okay. Julia, the next time this like dismounts and then settles on a platform, you're like, okay, just focus. Like you shut your eyes, you plug your ears, you try to keep your brain off of the movement. You've been tossed back and forth. You're so unsteady at this current moment, but you're trying to regain some sort of semblance of um, composure. You have your hands plugged over your ears, and you're just going like, Farajaka, dormez-vous, dormez-vous. Just something to fill your brain with anything but the amount of movement that is shaking you. And you book it up the stairs towards the platform. You try like as hard as you can to get to that area. Now, you are so unsteady, and all that you have felt was the grinding of stone, and all that you have heard was the grinding of stone as they've moved from place to place. So you don't hear the current set of stairs that you're on dislodge and start to move as you're booking up the stairs towards the platform that is slowly minimizing. You run up these stairs, and your foot meets open air, and you fall down, straight down. Your stomach ends up in your throat. It's sort of like that feeling that you get when you are falling in a dream, because your eyes are shut. But it's so much worse. You feel the press of gravity and the air and wind take you down until your side meets stone, heavy stone, segmented stone of a staircase underneath you that doesn't cushion your fall, but you slam into them, like kind of shoulder on your side. Your head sort of like not hitting the staircase, thankfully, like you're not knocked out, but you do feel the hit of stone against your side. You feel like your arm kind of almost dislodge out of place. Your bones sing, and you're kind of struck there for a moment. Your eyes clenched shut, your arms sort of up, like you put your arms up to like kind of cushion your head as you fell. That at least you had. You had that instinct. But you landed heavy. And you open your eyes to see you are on a staircase. You've fallen about like a level or two from where you were. You see above you, all of the staircases have stopped in their movement. This is the first time you've ever seen them all pause at once. And beneath you, there's a staircase kind of hovering in between two platforms. Frozen. And very slowly, while you start to get your bearings again, everything slowly starts to move, and the staircase slowly moves you over to the side and deposits you back where you began. And does not move.
Um, I think Julia definitely like takes note of that. Like the stairs move but have some sort of logic behind it. Some that it's not so entirely random.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but her mission to get to the top of the stairs is definitely abandoned with how she's very much just like, okay, now this time I actually have a legitimate reason to go to Madame Pomfrey's.
Uh-huh.
She she kind of is like very like tears filling up her eyes um as she's gonna go to Madame Pomfrey's about her about her boo boos.
You do know that you have to use the moving staircases in order to get there. You get
Ah,
up from your small position and you walk onto this platform. And as you're like kind of dreading it and turning to like go to see if there's any staircase that can take you there as quickly as possible, you see the staircases one by one slowly ka-tung, 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 give you a straight shot up them and to the hospital wing.
um, I think Julia will start going up the stairs, and with this sort of knowledge now that these stairs aren't just acting randomly, that she like after each set of stairs she like turns around and kind of does like a little bit of a bow to it, like thank you. Goes up the next set of stairs, thank you. Next set of stairs, thank you.
Yeah. Juliet, you say the last thank you, and the stairs don't really move. They don't speak. This is an old castle. These stairs are enchanted. There's really no explanation for what happened to you, but in your brain, the idea that this is somehow not random seems more likely than anything else. And as you hobble your way over to the hospital wing, there's a lingering sort of sensation of care. It's strange. You've never really felt anything like that before. It leaves you with a little hollow feeling in your chest of something empty that should not be. A coldness where there should be warmth. Something something's missing. And maybe it's just the pain that you're currently feeling in your body, but you don't you don't know. You don't know what this should be.
Yeah, I think Julia definitely cries a little bit, and in her head she she kind of thinks that it's just because of the pain, but the, she knows that it's a little bit more than that.
Mhm. Later tonight at dinner, you will sit down at the Gryffindor table, trying your best to avoid looking at any other table. Though you may know by now that that is not, strictly speaking, a rule. And when you sit down at the table, there will be like a little tray of ice cream that will be kind of placed in front of Nate. And when he goes to grab the ice cream, like the little bowl of ice cream, like scoops some out of it, it will fly away from them and settle in front of you. You won't make a connection. But that is something that will happen.
Okay.
A little mystery for you, Julia.
Yeah.
And there we go.
Woo.
Juno, do you have something for me? You mentioned that you were going to go study. Is that still true? Maya! Oh my god, if you went to go lay down, I'm gonna throw my...
No, it's playing Hades.
Okay.
What's up?
You mentioned that you were gonna go study. Is that still true? Or do you have something else in mind?
I'm gonna study, but I'll study somewhere.
Somewhere?
Yeah, somewhere that's not the library.
Somewhere that's not the library. You thinking outdoors or indoors?
We'll do somewhere indoors.
Somewhere indoors. Let's see. I want to get the actual right name of this, so like, bear with me for a moment. There is a map that I must grab. That is not the correct one. Here is one. Oh. York. Yeah, okay. You are trying to get accustomed to the winding pathways that are Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is truly a castle. And like any castle, it is fraught with rooms upon rooms and twisting corridors and a bunch of stairs. And you're just trying to find a place to study that doesn't have like 3 million people in it. Or that is, the under the veneer of it's supposed to be quiet, but it's not. You find yourself walking up to the technically the second floor. You see the magical theory class, but then you see the stairs upward towards another room that's kind of been left like partially open. Above it, you see a small plaque, Muggle Showroom. Okay. You don't hear any voices coming from inside. So you crack it open. And inside, behind walls of glass, almost laid out like a museum, are a bunch of Muggle artifacts. An old car, a suit of armor, a cannon, a few tapestries, old like medieval tapestries, clothes, a radio. You're not certain how old this radio is supposed to be. Something that looks like a printing press. Do wizards not use printing presses?
Oh, I hate this
It's
place.
it's dusty. It looks quiet. And as you like tacit like kind of like slowly reading over kind of the plaques lazily, you realize that this is written in the frame of mind of a wizard having researched muggles. It feels cold and un unengaged, like someone writing a um placard for an animal at a zoo.
Mm.
If you wanted a quiet place to study, this would probably be the quietest room in Hogwarts.
How much is in here? Like, how much stuff?
There's a lot of stuff in here, actually. Surprisingly, most of them are small. There is, of course, the suit of armor. There is like a wall of swords. Most of them look like a little rusty, but they're well kept. Everything considered. The arguably the newest thing in here is the vehicle, which looks like a kind of like an old school style buggy. It's got these huge circular porthole lights affixed to the front. It's got like no windows really, um, and it's kind of like got its top down.
Mm-hmm.
Huge spoke wheels. This is before any kind of safety measures. You don't even think you see a seatbelt in there.
This place is dusty, you said?
Yeah, it's real dusty.
I genuinely think as much as she wants to study, like, that, like, bothers something in her.
Yeah.
Because, like, this is her mom's world. Like, and it bothers something. And I think she's gonna dust the, I think she's gonna try and dust some shit off.
Yeah, you know what? Make me an investigation check. Yeah, give me an investigation check. It doesn't really matter the number. Just this is just for frame of reference. Very nice. Okay. So you look around and you're like, why is none of this being well kept? They have this stuff here. Why is it not being preserved in the same way that everything else in this castle is? You look around and it takes you a little bit of time, but you do manage to find like an old feather duster. It looks a little disused and you do kind of have to pull a cobweb off of it. But you get to work. You start like slowly going over each object. You have like a table filled with like jars. It looks like pottery. You're not certain why this school would have like Grecian pottery in it, but it does. Um, the British Museum.
Mm-hmm.
You think that this might be stolen,
Yeah.
but you dust it, and you do a fairly decent job. You try to be as thorough as possible without like going crazy. Um, you make your way over to the swords. You're dusting those. Um, it's got the swords at the very least. The swords in the suit of armor have the heaviest layer of dust, which is a shame because the suit of armor is sick. Like this is as close as you can get it to a complete medieval suit of armor.
Yeah, most history museums would fucking kill for something like this.
Right. And this is not like the other suit of armors in the school, which you have seen. You've passed by them quite a few times. Those ones you've noticed are made of bronze and seem entirely decorative. This has a little bit of, as you're dusting it off, this looks used. there are dents and scrapes. And as you're passing over one side of the suit of armor, you see that there is a kind of gash in it where the suit of armor has been caved in almost. It's long and kind of like a thin oval. And it takes you a little bit as you're like looking at it and dusting it off and kind of dusting around that indent to realize that is probably an area where a sword went through. You aren't certain what kind of sword could make it through full plate armor like that.
Mm-hmm.
All you, because you're like, as much as the Muggle world is your mother's world, it's really your father that has the connection to, you know, medieval history,
Mm.
at least the medieval history of the UK. He would not know about this because he's a wizard. He wouldn't have taught you.
Mm-hmm.
So this seems strange to you.
Okay.
You take a look down at the little placard, and it just said, and it says that this is a donation, but it doesn't say by who. And it does not say anything of the history of this piece.
Mm-hmm. See, Maya has an idea of what this is.
Mm-hmm.
Maya has an idea. Maya's like, God damn, that's fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Juno, however, is just, I think on a very surface level, it's just like, somebody probably, like, died in this, and
Mhm.
we just have it on display and aren't taking care of it.
Right. Museums would kill for this kind of historical preservation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
The fact that it's not pristine and it has like something like this, museums would absolutely kill for because it tells a story.
Mm-hmm.
And here it is, just holed up in some random room covered in dust. Go ahead.
I think that she's going to spend extra time like dusting off this suit of armor. And kind of giving like, even though it just says donated by, like trying to give it a little TLC.
Mm-hmm.
Because as like bitchy as she can be, I do think she cares deeply for Muggle history. And it's just sad to her that this is being treated like an afterthought. Especially when we have spells that could clean this room in like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
It's nothing to literally clean this place. So yeah, no, she's gonna spend her time like cleaning the shit out of this place. This is now her space. This is her area. She has claimed it. She will kill anybody that enters.
Yeah. You do, with a 19 too, you do like a pretty decent job at cleaning the space and making it yours. You find the light switch, you flick it on, and you're kind of able to get the majority of this room. I would like you to roll me one extra investigation check. It's not important that you get this. I just want to, just for,
Natural 20 for.
I'm going to message you something. I will,
Okay.
You know what? Actually, I'll talk to you like after session. It'll be real brief.
All right.
But that'll be something on the side.
Okay.
Holy shit. Okay, Juno. Time well spent.
Yeah, this is my room. This is my area now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm moving in.
Yeah. Yeah. This is your house.
Yes, it is.
Which is wild because a couple of, I will say that, like an hour later or so, like the bell does chime. You don't really pay attention to it, but Professor Dildero has to walk in through this area to get to his office, and he does run across you just sort of dusting like the radio, and he like shoos you out like tells you to get to class.
She's making mental note that he definitely trapped something in here on the goddamn carpet.
Yeah,
So I gotta
probably.
write something for that now. God
Maybe
damn
you
it.
could find a vacuum cleaner or something.
If only she knew who Milne was. Well, she knows Milne, but like she hasn't taken
Yeah.
Muggle studies yet.
Yeah, not yet.
God,
But,
I need a vacuum.
you know. All right. Wonderful, Juno. And that leaves the last two. Tamsin, where are you studying? What are you studying? Mara, are you here? I cannot hear your voice.
I am here.
Wonderful.
We are here. She's in the back of the library towards the restricted section. She's studying transfigurations.
Wonderful. Wonderful. You should message me if you have a preference for anyone who might show up to study with you, or to have a conversation with. But roll me a d20 plus your transfiguration modifier to study. Okay. Let me double check something. That is enough for your D to go to a P. Do you have keen mind at all?
I was going to say, yeah.
You do. All right. Then that is enough to get your P to an A. Wonderful. You are now passing transfiguration class.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Oh, Maya, you did say that you wanted to study something. I'm not sure if you spent your entire time just cleaning instead. So let me know if that actually is something that you wanted to do, and you can just roll for it in your hidden, or tell me in your hidden.
Nah, she spent the entire time cleaning.
Word. All right. Tamsin, you seat yourself by the restricted section. You like this area. It's the quietest part of the library because there's no noise coming from one specific area. The restricted section is actually on the side of this sort of large area. But you kind of sequester yourself in like that kind of back corner before like you get to the gates. There's like a wall beside you. And there is a fireplace to the back. You see yourself back there, kind of surrounded by books. It feels a little bit enclosed in this area. There's a large portrait on the wall to your left. But you set your books down and you open your Transfigurations textbook and you start reading. You're good at reading. This is the part where you're most comfortable. Especially with hardly as many crowd, with not really a crowd around you, and not everyone casting spells all at once. You feel a lot better about this. You're sitting there. You kind of flip through your books, sort of turning each page, reviewing your notes, writing your homework. He gives you a lot of parchment homework, you're realizing. You do decently well at it. Which would you say is better at transfigurations, your father or your mother?
Definitely probably her mom.
Mm-hmm. You have mentioned your mother specifically, right? Agatha Calloway. What does your mother do for a living? as opposed to your father? Are they both unspeakables, or are they just researchers?
They are both researchers.
Wonderful. Okay, yeah. Your both of your parents are very respected in their circles. Um, and your mother in particular reviews magical artifacts that have transfiguratory properties to them. Things that look like one thing but become another thing. These aren't bewitched objects, these aren't charmed objects. That's more your father's speed. Your mother likes to look at objects imbued with these properties. Transfigurations is interesting, to say the least. It is highly conceptual. And as you're reviewing your notes, you realize that a lot of the things that you're learning, or rather, the things that you're learning at Proximize, even down to Vera Verito and other things, you aren't really supposed to be learning. At least not at this grade level. For the most part, people are just barely learning the concepts of how to cast transfigurations. You're not even supposed to know, like, going right from what is transfigurations to cast Apoximize seems to be a little bit of a huge misstep for you. And that's probably why you and a few others in class, and actually not an insurmountable number of people in your class, have been having such an issue with it. You're learning a little bit ahead of you what you are actually supposedly able to accomplish. And as you're like kind of pensively looking over this stuff, a person sits across from you, kind of with a sigh, like dumping their things onto the table. Hey, Tamsin. It's Ernesia. She kind of slides in and kind of like puts her shoulders on the table, like very unceremoniously. Can I sit with you here, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I could use the company before I murder myself with this book.
Ugh. Transfigurations? Gross. Gemma banished me from her table because I would not practice Defense Against the Dark Art spells with her or complain about it. I did fine in that class.
I wish I could be practicing Defense Against the Dark Art spells. Unfortunately, if I want to pass Transfig, I'm going to have to do more of the book work.
Yeah, you're kidding. You're joking, but this is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know why he gave us an essay the first thing.
I honestly prefer the essay to the practical work.
Oh, tell me about it. I tried Vera Verito and it turned my block of wood into a puddle. I didn't know that wood could become a puddle.
She kind of looks like vaguely both mortified and impressed at that. We started a fire, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, you're one of the people that started the fire? Yikes.
It wasn't great.
Ugh, I do not envy you. I think that the best case scenario is to go through that entire class without him having to look at me once.
I honestly just plan to kind of keep my head down, cast just a few spells as I have to, and hopefully I can make it up with the essays.
I hear you there. Except for the essay part, I don't want to write them. Maybe I can bully Levi into writing them for me. He probably won't.
Let me know how that comes. Maybe you can trade with Gemma if you help her with DADA. She might. You know,
Gemma's
probably
just
not.
Gemma's just as bad at transfig as I am. She likes to think that she's better, but I saw her try to cast Veraverto or Agamenti on that goblet. Not a thing came out of her wand.
Well, I'm not surprised. I looked at going through the coursework, and all the work we're doing is super advanced.
What are you talking about?
She'll like pull out the books she had before and start like cross-referencing. Look at this. We should at our age be doing theoretical work and learning the how of how transfiguration works. We shouldn't be casting yet.
You're kidding.
We've been set up to fail.
Oh my god, that's why. Oh, this is a nightmare. Maybe I can just drop out. Actually, no, I can't do that. I would get sent to Ilvermorny. I would rather die than get sent to Ilvermorny.
Yeah, that does not sound like. Well, I don't know. Magic school's a magic school, I guess.
Ilvermorny is twice as huge, and maybe your professors probably don't even know everyone's names.
Yeah, but I heard they're like slightly more modern than we are here.
I guess that's true. They do use pens over there. And we're stuck here with quill and ink. I have knocked over 2 inkwells since I've been here. 2. Why can't they be magical like everything else that we use?
Did you not get the anti-spill inkwells?
They have an anti-spell inkwell.
Yeah?
Ugh. This is what you get when you go shopping with your mother and your mother's a penny pincher. Never go shopping with your mother.
I tend to try not to. Yeah, that's the general consensus.
Hey, if I asked you to do my homework for me, would you?
I mean, for a price, not for free. It's a lot of homework.
Ugh. If I get desperate, I guess. Worth a shot.
Yeah, I unfortunately can't sell myself short. Know your worth.
All right. Well, can I at least get you to talk with me about some thing that's not classes?
She will like kind of slam her book closed at that point. God, anything but this.
Oh, thank God. All right. So the other day, me and Gemma were walking in the hall, and she goes on talking about some sort of fantastical rumor that she heard, some things that she's experienced. She tells you about how she saw a girl, like an upper year girl who had like a bun in her hair, but the bun was at the very front part of her hair, like all collected towards her forehead. So her and Gemma started calling her the unicorn. It's a bunch of just like high tier gossipy nonsense. Um and for the most part, Ernisia seems to be pretty it's not mean spirited to her. This is all like just done in good fun. Um she seems to be a fairly good conversationalist.
Nice. God, Tamsin would just like hang out and gossip for the rest of the
Yeah.
time she's in the library.
Very nice. Lorelei, someone who is also doing some studying, correct?
Yes.
You can tell me in your hidden if there's a specific person that you would like to study with. or persons, or either ors. It doesn't matter what period this is, by the way. Like, this can be any time at all, so don't worry about like where people would be. And let me know what you're studying.
So I was gonna, since it's like a mechanical free period, rather than like studying, I was gonna roll to like see if I can get a success on raising my intelligence. If that's alright. Since we're not doing downtimes.
You know what? Yes, I will allow you to do that. And we'll just treat it as you just kind of tacitly studying.
Wonderful.
Like, just, yeah. So roll me a d20 plus your intelligence modifier.
Now what?
Do you allow subscriber bonuses on this?
So actually, you lose intelligence.
Yeah, bring it down by 2. No,
2 is crazy.
You you have an inspo, but also yes, I will allow it in this case since it's being done.
I'll just use an inspo.
Okay, try.
I have a habit of holding on to my inspos. 18.
I would consider that a success. That is the first of 3
Yeah.
successes that you'll need. But yeah, that's a success. Please mark that in your hidden.
I can't
Wonderful.
spell success.
Success. Success. I'm pretty sure that's whatever. It's fine.
Sussex County.
Sussex
County.
Is there someone that you would like to have run into you? Who you're manifesting?
Honestly, I'm not really manifesting anyone in particular.
Is there anyone that you would like a twirl your hair, kick your feet situation, or is this something like just throw me anyone?
Twirl my hair, kick my feet, Darian.
Okay.
We need to make bad choices before we go for the good choices, unfortunately.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, Chris is right. I'm manifesting Tycon, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give Chris the link to the StreamYard, and he can come in as Tycon.
Lorelai communes with the gods.
She does. It's through her moon cap. Her moon cap opens its mouth, kind of like Stitch, and through it are just full sentences spoken by the gods. Lorelai, you have sequestered yourself in a nice little area between the bookshelves in kind of the back area of the library. This is one of the only open tables that you managed to find. It seems a little dingy and kind of shady back here, but it's not, being alone is better than being, quarantined at a table with people that you don't know who are going to annoy you possibly. So you sit down. And what do you do to study? What is your kind of go-to method? You don't have to say what you're studying. You could just be reading, but what are you doing?
I think it's more so just reading a subject of interest for her, since it's to raise intelligence in general. Probably checking out any text on magical creatures that the library might have that she might not have read yet.
Yeah. You do know that Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is a first year textbook. You haven't had the opportunity to really crack it open. Of course, you would know who Newt Scamander is. He is, in general, pretty famous around magizoologists, but you haven't really cracked open the textbook yet. So you go around, you gather a few other texts. There are some magical creatures guides. Magical Creatures of the Highland Locks. You have some magical creatures textbook about like herding habits of various communities of magical creatures. There is some about the politics of centaurs that you also just randomly happen to grab. You return to your seat and you get reading. Most of to his credit, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is probably the easiest read that you have compiled, in the sense that it is the most modern and also written with someone who clearly written by someone who clearly cares about what they're writing about. The issue that you find is that the information is too bite-sized. You want more information about some of these magical creatures, even if it's just something small about doxies or things like that. You wish that you had something more in depth. And as you're cracking open some of the more dense, or at least densely written tomes that you managed to find, probably brushing off not an insufficient amount of dust from the pages, there is a shadow that is cast over you, obscuring what little light is back here. Hey, look what we have here. You turn and you see the boy from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class that you were unceremoniously woken up from, Darian. I have expected to find you sleeping on the books.
It doesn't really happen like that. Happens more randomly. I quite like reading, so if it holds my attention, it's better.
Well, lucky for us, there aren't any spinning wheels in the library, now are there?
What, so I could pick my finger on it?
Yeah, fall to a sleep.
And be woken up by you poking my face again.
Yeah, among other things.
Other things?
Is the seat taken? He says that, asks the question, and then slides into the area with you and kind of sits across from you. I see you found my... Indeed it is. I see you found my corner.
Yours?
Yeah. No one comes back here. Madame Pince doesn't go back this far. I think her creaky knees don't like walking all the way from her desk back here.
That's a terrible thing to say about her.
She's gotten me a few good times with a few different detentions, so pardon me if I'm a little bit rude. Exactly. See, you get it.
I didn't realize that this was your designated spot. I didn't see your name carved into the desk.
It is. Everything in here is mine.
Oh, everything.
Everything.
How about the floor?
Yeah, and everything standing on it.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. Everything the light doesn't touch is my kingdom. And he reaches over and plucks the book out of your hand and flips it over. Monsters of the Highland Locks. Fun. Does it have Nessie in it?
It mentions her, but she's not the only one. It's that she's just one of many in her species.
No,
Why, do you know anything about them?
Me? No, not at all. But I'd love to have you explain it to me, Laurie.
Rory?
Is that not what I said?
Fine. If you would so graciously give the book back to me, I can read it to you if you'd like.
I think that as much as I would love to watch your mouth move, I think I'll pass. And he'll hand it back to you.
Thank you. Do you actually do any studying here, or do you just come to bother whoever you find?
I'm sort of like a Venus flytrap.
Are you
So the
calling me
second
a
one.
fly?
Less of a fly. More like a, well, I guess a kind of fly. A dragonfly, maybe?
Dragonfly. That's so much better.
Yeah. A dragonfly. Colorful. He like leans back, he has his arms crossed, and he like puts his legs up on the table.
I don't think Pince likes people putting their feet on furniture. I
Pins
don't
is
know
in
her
here.
very well, but she isn't. She will go back to reading her book. Kind of, she keeps getting distracted and looking up at him.
Mm-hmm. For the most part, he just watches you. He sort of just waits for you to really engage with conversation with him. It seems that he is, in general, just enjoying like that you probably have been looking up at him over your textbook, having to reread different segments because you keep looking up at him and getting embarrassed and looking back down.
Mm-hmm.
You can go ahead and roll me an insight check. No worries what you roll.
19.
He is enjoying this. Whatever he's getting out of this, like the very fact that you're getting flustered.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And by the time the bell rings for you guys to leave, you pack your stuff up, kind of glancing over at him. He doesn't seem to move. There's absolutely no urgency in anything that he's been doing, which is something that you're kind of picking up from him. And as you're going to leave, he sort of lazily calls out to you, like, "Night, Sleeping Beauty."
Good night. Try not to spend the entire night in the library.
Oh, see, the nights where the fun happens.
I'll have to take your word for it. Don't want to miss curfew.
Hey, if you're ever interested, you know where to find me.
I will deeply consider it.
My lady.
She'll roll her eyes at that and continue.
And you walk off. A strange little moment that you had there, but not an entirely unwelcome one. Any attention's good attention. And
He's
from an older
horrible.
boy? Hello.
He's
horrible. He's absolutely horrible. The shark has smelled blood in the water.
For fucking real.
All right. And I guess with the closing out of Lori, I'm calling you Lori now.
Lord.
Lies scene. That is where we are going to end tonight's episode.
Yippee.
Thank you all for playing. Thank you, at least Chris, for watching. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye.
I'm just watching the live continue.